Hey, Echo, how you doing? Let's test our audio here. We good? Yeah, it looks like we're good. Okay, repeat of last time. That was frustrating. Oh. Right, Brooks is on. Let's see what they're talking about. We're on a bit early, so we got time.
Of like a society that's idealized out in the future, what a society might look like that would actually be fully workable, where people would truly be free? Or are we talking more the imminent actual lived experience we have now and where we should be guiding towards? Because they're very different discussions.
See, I don't know if I would choose any of those three buckets, because what I'm thinking, my fantasy is, what would be the sufficient variables for an society? I'm purposely like misusing that, but just like a society that functions is going to have at least these things. From there, I think we can apply that to how does it work in real life? How does that look through the lens of a more conservative, a less conservative, a blah, blah, blah lens? That's what I'm thinking. But I'm happy to take it wherever your head's taking it.
Let's just start with the question itself. I think my criticism would be where I would end up carrying it, which is the idea of having a goal society at all naturally conditions its own answer. So to say, what would you say is the best conditions for a society to function presupposes a goal-oriented stance of a place or an aim we should be heading for. Secondly, it says that we have a society that we're able to measure or set against itself in any meaningful way, which I think is its own debatable question. And then
I'm happy to go with it observational if you wanted to go with that approach, which is the more realistic thing. Where we can point to things and say this, or we can even speak historically, right? Because speaking of, we kind of, from my perspective at least, we need to at least encompass a little bit of history, and the fact that where we are now is because of things that have happened in the past. And arbitrary decisions, arbitrary events that happened in the past that perpetually have changed our trajectory to put us where we are. But if we were to start with okay, humans are social creatures. We used to be more hunter-gatherer, right, societies, and then agriculture changed that.
I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that.
Okay. Well, let's start there then, because that's me painting in super broad strokes. But, I'm happy to take on board some correction or nuance.
It's one of the David Graeber's new book. I think, despite having a significant number of flaws in how it cites, I think does a decent job of sort of debunking the sort of traditionalist myth of the Western Caucasian story of, society found hunter-gatherers and we then moved into agriculture. Instead, that there's actually a huge number of societies that sort of existed in a significantly more egalitarian sense in different ways, that hunter-gatherer societies survived and ended up having large-scale empires of a different sort. And so having that sort of traditionalist view of, we went for this, puts a very steady view on specifically maybe Germanic, Roman, and other tribes versus the rest of the world, which had a very different
Let me interrupt you just for a second. I love what you're saying. Please, for me in the audience, what is the name of the book by David Graeber?
One second.
Wow, that's a great title.
No,
my God.
A Brief History of Humanity. what's it? Dawn of Everything. The new history of humanity.
Excellent. Thank you.
There are issues with it. He did die making it, so it is slightly unfinished, and there's a few studies I think that are miscited. I did find the book to be very captivating, and a lot said in it is generally spot on.
Excellent. So real quick, another thing, I have always, again, painting in broad strokes, considered the hunter-gatherer societies more egalitarian. And it seems like you were making a distinction between egalitarian societies versus hunter-gatherer societies. So I wanted to unpack.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily it's more egalitarian. I try my best not to sort of set out and have an idea of any sort of the hunter-gatherers were more egalitarian without understanding sort of how their social roles came to be, how they created them. Hunter-gatherer societies, again, if you go back to whether it's Levi Strauss or Reich or a lot of different people, they were brutal, hyper-oppressive, hierarchized groups in and of their own right. They may have been better than some other societies, but there are entire agrarian societies in Africa, South America, Southeast Asia that were able
Titan, if you're there, tell
sort of more egalitarian or treated property differently than us. There's a totalization. When we talk about hunter-gatherer, we tend to do sort of the noble savage thing and talk about a couple versions of the American Indian, for example, the Native Americans.
Unpack that. Unpack. See, these are the things that you need. You say them casually, and I smell what you're selling, but we have an audience listening.
Yeah. So the way we look back at history, we do so from a specific position. And I'm with you when you say history matters. I would say history matters more than we understand. There's a line in The Black Swan that I loved that got famous during the second Gulf War, the invasion of Iraq.
Black Swan?
Yes, yeah, fantastic book. And he goes, there are things we know, things we don't know, and things we don't know that we don't know.
That's the Rumsfeld line, right?
The Rumsfeld thing. But they always fuck up because there's a fourth quadrant. And there are things that we don't know that we know. And that, to me, is the most important quadrant of all, because it's the stuff that is making up your decisions that you are not aware of. Like, you don't know that you know these things. And an example of that would be when people say hunter-gatherer societies versus agrarian, we naturally think of, on the one side, sort of a Eurocentric or Greek culture of farming and buildings and having a village. And on the other side, we think of a noble savage, maybe at best, or even straight up savages, of these like primitive people who go out, they hunt, they kill, they move, they continue to travel. And the reality is those two distinctions, well, being useful in ethnological and archaeological and anthropological circles, the reality is they're totalizing, because there's no such thing as a single type of society. When I say totalizing, I mean we're saying, oh, this is this shape. Instead, it's kind of a mishmash of a whole fuckload of different things that we've kind of designated in a category. And as we do that and we look back, and this is, Graeber makes this point, I think, better than I am, that how we understand what it means to be a hunter-gatherer or to be an agrarian society is shaped by the space we live in. So when we look back through the Eurocentric sort of history of all of it, and we say, like Kropotkin's book, Conquest of Bread, we talk very specifically about a handful of property matters and other things, when the reality is, in tons of societies, Pierre Clastra's Society Against the State, I think, is a phenomenal book on a society that very much has a hyper-egalitarian, even though we don't fully grasp it, but non-society, an almost anarchist non-society, but is able to completely function because they hate any semblance of centralized power. That's the thing they fight against. Wonderful book, highly recommend it. There's a lot of different waves of it. So when we have these conversations, we talk about, oh, we came from this, those things are conditioned by where we ended up, because that's the lens we're looking back at history through. That's the sort of nature of that.
But I think a danger in one of the points that you were making with the, I think, Kropotkin, where it seems ripe for cherry picking, right? So, for instance, in general, the idea was able to sustain itself without centralized power would be an anomaly, right? And we could find organisms that seem social or have a hive mentality that behave in ways that could support an idea that it is natural for humans to behave that way as well. And to my mind, that would be category. This is not something I'm accusing you of doing. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is some of that line of thinking seems to, like, I've talked to people who, like, in talking about Kropotkin, like, of course humans can live in those kinds of societies, and then they give me an example of, like, some organism that is not a human doing something that they think is evidence for that claim, and then it always strikes me as sideways. Now, that's not necessarily that's neither here nor there, but in talking about, you're kind of touching on one of the more important things. If you're going to talk about how we view history, right? And again, we both agree that history is, we don't necessarily, this isn't the platform to go over all of the history. Mm-hmm. But the point that you're making about, in general, the way that history has been addressed, even broad histories, like the Jared Diamonds or the, what's his name? The weird author guy. Enrique. I can't remember his name right now.
No clue.
They can be totalizing. And you were talking about the noble savage, and that being a particular lens through which hunter-gatherer societies could be viewed using incorrect totalizing lenses. But I do want you to remind people what the noble savage lens is in looking at things through that.
You see it a lot in America, where I think there's a significant amount of it in cartoons, movies, and things like that, where it's, because they're primitive, therefore they were more noble. That's the idea, Dances with Wolves and things like that. Instead, there's a reality to a sheer brutality that a lot of sort of indigenous tribes take upon each other. Again, it's not a judgment case. It's just sort of the nature of how they behaved and treated. We do horrifying shit to each other also. Like, so it's just, it's
an extension of the naturalistic philosophy, of the naturalistic fallacy. If it's natural, it's good, right?
Well,
but so
and
is
again,
venom, so are earthquakes. They're all natural as well.
The point of one of the things you said, it's this idea that man has a nature, or that the nature of man is X. And when we get to the point of being with nature, naturally we should be in a better place. But the reality is there is no like nature. The dichotomy of man and nature itself is something that doesn't even exist until we categorize. And so there's this looking back and going, oh, how amazing it would be for us to be able to live in nature, and that silliness that goes with that sort of the noble savage trope, putting us in that place of saying like, oh, they're better than us because of that. It's a silly way to look at things.
I agree. Now, in talking about what makes up a functioning society, I think that you brought up a good point in. So this is where so research in the social sciences and research in history and stuff like that is evolving towards, like things evolve, diversification more than towards a specific goal. And what I'm seeing is, so let me break that down a little bit. Let's see. In looking at histories and the history of histories, it's becoming clear that attempting to find a universal, a human universal, is becoming a smaller and smaller island to stand on, right? Even with the basic idea of a weird society, a Western educated, industrialized, rich, democratic society, right? Looking for basic, I'm going to take a step back and use basic psychology, right? Trying to find psychological universals in college students from weird societies is now being kind of shown to be a farce, right? Trying to look for universals in and of itself is shown to be a farce in the emotions research that's going on right now, in the memory research, in the perception research, right? There is no, to your point, a universal nature of humans other than we have a brain that is in control of body budgeting. And because it wants to predict things, we live in a simulation that affects our consciousness and perception and allows us to adapt to the environment that we simulate through those predictions, right? With that in mind, it's difficult to say all humans do this, all humans do that. You can't really point towards anything other than the processes that are currently discovered as all humans doing. But those processes in discovering them makes us way more messy and adaptable, then I think your point is then trying to totalize our behavior in the past as history has done. Is that a fair assessment?
Anyone who's been a parent, I think, can see what I consider to be the only universal I've ever experienced amongst humanity, which is kind of the way that we grow and how we learn from that very early age. I think the first year of a life, there's almost a weird, everyone who's ever lived has gone through this reality to how they've learned to eat or not, or, just react to the world. There's an oddness to that process that is kind of incredible, to be honest. But aside from that, no, there's no underlying man has a certain kind of soul, burn a certain way, needs to be this way, set up this way. Instead, we are necessarily a series of processes that ultimately push towards something that is much larger and that continually sort of build us up. We are the result of those processes tends to be how I believe, rather than necessarily that we create them or that we push processes outwards.
Say that last part again.
The processes that make us up. You talked them stimulation, the way that we respond to stimulus from the external world. There's a lot of different ways of thought on this. Sort of traditionalist sort of viewpoint on one side is we are X, humans are born, and they respond to a lot of stimulus that comes out and sort of grow into being a person. I tend to believe that even the human subjectivity itself is actually the process of a series of stimulus result satisfaction bits that sort of make up the person, and over time emerge.
Does Canada have the noble savage view of Indigenous Canadians? I think it comes up every so often, typically when you have sort of that two-faced pandering that takes place with
the womb is an environment.
Like liberal politicians who are simultaneously trying to flatter them while they are refusing to
because now when we're talking
make
about
any serious effort to give them basic services and to acknowledge their treaty rights.
For what it is, we're kind of talking about the
but
human nature
we're basically like the United States overall. I
broad
think
terms called biology versus what people in broad terms. And your point is these distinctions wouldn't exist unless we superimpose them on society.
Correct.
And that again is being shown to be a false dichotomy. In teaching in all of the new books that the authors of all the newest movements, right? So Lisa Feldman Barrett writing about emotion and perception, Anil Seth talking about consciousness and perception, Robert Plomin talking about behavioral genetics.
Guys,
they all have different
ways.
There's
so much material that these people are covering over
that we falsely have placed on.
If you spend like a year on any one of these topics or even books
of nurture.
Everyone in this conversation is always going to be wrong somewhere. It's just a fact.
And the two of them are so interfacing. The boundary is so fluid. It's almost, unless you're talking about super specific things, it's very difficult to tease out one variable from another. And those super specific things, that's a controversial topic, but I think behavioral genetics has a very interesting set of data to show how much genetics, unfettered, can determine certain things, not in a strictly deterministic way, but the correlations are very robust, and I happen to find them compelling. That's a different topic.
But at that point, you're ultimately talking also about epigenetics, where the world and our environment ends up changing our genes as well. And again,
well, to be clear, not changing our genes, changing the way that our genes that we have express. Fair enough.
The way that our genes operate.
Yes.
The nature of all this, though, again, to get back at it, you put it very nicely with, I can't tell where I begin and nature ends.
There you go.
That conversation is ultimately sort of getting back to where I tend to land, which is that there is no such thing as Brooks as a thing. Brooks is a vector, a series of vectors, that you might say. We are all eternally a process. All of us.
All right, so the next Oedipus stream will be with a series of vectors, okay?
The way that we interface, the way that we bounce into people, the way that our desire ultimately makes us make choices, and then we create words for that excuse. As I've said before, and we'll get into all these things at some point, but the general idea is that
hold on a second. I want to pat you on the back for the whole vector thing, because that opens, I like that analogy so much, because one vector could just be yourself and identity, right? Even though it has changed over time, it is a vector, it is an I. I'm still I that I was 20 years ago.
It's never even stable within the vector. vector, that by nature of sort of how that works. It's never a
I'm having
stable
fun
thing.
with this, brother. I love that. Vectors. All right. So I interrupted you just to brag about how good that was.
No, it's fine. It basically was making my point. We are constantly in a state of change. The one thing underneath all of it that we experience is change. It's the only thing we actually experience. There's no such thing as like a moment of time. There's like that joke of, hey, have you ever experienced a moment? Yeah, there it went. There, we only know it after the fact. We only know things happened afterwards. The only thing we actually experience is change. We don't get to experience the snapshot.
Oh, it's even deeper than that. From my perspective, it's even deeper than that. As I understand things, we're not even, the only change that we're experiencing are the ones that deviate from our expectations, which is part of our prediction error correcting methods, right? Based on a model of statistical learning. Right. Our brain is perpetually setting out predictions. And just like YouTube videos, where like if most of the screen is black, like for instance, if it's a video of a person talking against a black background, YouTube isn't sending a brand new picture every frame. It's just sending the bits that are different from the last one. That's how perception works. You only interact with reality when your predictions are incorrect and reality deviates from it. If reality doesn't deviate from your predictions, you don't interact with reality.
No, it's the old joke. You are now aware that you are breathing.
There we
go.
A
moment ago, but you were doing it. It's not like you weren't experiencing breathing, but now you're aware of it. So enjoy.
Exactly. I do it very quickly. I do a mindfulness exercise with my students when we talk about consciousness in class. I teach Intro to Psych. And when we cover consciousness, I talk about altered states of consciousness. And so I'm able to talk about meditation. And so I do a mindfulness meditation with them. And I just give them an example. I'm like, pay attention to this, blah, blah. I was like, you probably didn't even realize that you can feel what the top of your left hand feels like until I just said that. Right. And then you can see the smiles on some of the students' faces where it's just like, yes, where you direct your attention to things that are already happening is almost remarkable. You're wearing socks. What do your socks feel like? I did
extensive work in virtual reality where I spend a lot of time fucking with perception and really playing heavily with it. One of the more extraordinary bits I ever got a chance to do was is two people, VR headsets with shitty webcams, like 360 webcams, and man and woman, and you just swap the camera into the other headset. So you see their body and they see yours. Very strange experience, by the way. But all the way through to a piece I did that I did very well. I won Tribeca in Sundance. We had people screaming and crying because they experienced a little girl being crushed by rocks and not being able to pull her out of it. We did some really, there's actually papers written on how what I did was maybe unethical, which is fine.
It sounds very
but it's
a Stanford prison experiment.
Well, I wanted to my thing at the base level was to really see, because carnival emotions were the base of virtual reality. Mm-hmm. What's up, buddy? 1 second. We got a new guest. I have not seen Mom. Do you want to come say hi to someone? No. Okay.
I appreciate candor.
Yeah. So I wanted carnival emotions. I find to be the most easy to replicate in people. Carnival emotions being shock or guffaws or laughter, like garbage. Mm-hmm. I wanted to ruin someone's day. I wanted to see how far we could push someone's perception to really make them feel like they had a trauma. Because I wanted to. For a lot of reasons.
Talk to Mr. Girl about
kind
that.
I've experienced trauma or two, and it's kind of a big deal to me. So that setup.
Hold on a second, for the listening audience. If you're having the wrong ideas about what was just said, I do want to stand up for you just for a second right now. And the idea, think about this. The disinfectant that you use in your bathroom had to be tested against a standardized U.S. government malodor. Treatments can't be tested unless you're able to evoke a response and then give a treatment to them to determine what happens after you've evoked that response. While there are ethical questions, it
was. But what we did was, to me, the simple version is I wanted to create a way for people to experience safe trauma. Because one of the most important things about people who've had PTSD is they try to do exposure therapy. It did not work for me. The reason it doesn't work is because you're not actually exposing someone to trauma. You're exposing them to images of it that they are absolutely disconnected from. And as someone who's experienced trauma, that is 100% of the time people have that conversation like, yeah, I know, I saw it's something, and so it's better than nothing, but the ability to actually re-experience but do so safely helps with processing, and I can tell you personally it does. So the ability for us to play with perception and what a person feels as they do things, or how we can fuck with stimulation overall in order to make a person do X or be Y. It's, for me, the reason I've always enjoyed being in video games, and the reason I've been in the industry for as long as I have, is because it's an industry that literally is about manipulating you, telling you, getting you to do the next thing that we want you to do. And it is that, whether it's intentional, whether it's unintentional, whether it's positive or not. Candy Crush and Uncharted have the same technique in order to get you to do the thing they want you to do next.
Well, having you do what people want you to do, whether you realize it or not, has landed us perfectly in this topic of psychology of politics, because you and I aren't the only people that know these things. Oh yeah. And current political strategies are based on other people's understanding of how malleable perception is.
Well, and if you go back, the first PR agency, and really a lot of this garbage, was created by Freud's nephew. So,
oh really? Oh, I would have given it to John.
So it's not exactly. So Brooks actually explained this to me a little bit in more elaborate terms in a private conversation. So what was actually going on was they had a VR setup of like a natural disaster taking place, and it was kind of like it was sort of like kind of like how escape rooms are like designed to like simulate being inside some kind of strange environment. You had a VR headset on, and there were people around you who caused you to sense the environment around you as if you were actually in like a collapsing building in a war zone or something. It was actually very interesting. I don't know about the details of it beyond that, but we're not talking. I was joking earlier. We're not talking like Mr. Girl type trauma. We're talking like being exposed to the kinds of trauma, for example, that you would have on a mass scale if you have people coming out of a war zone or of a natural disaster.
People who are masters at changing perception, knowing what levers to pull for the manipulation of that perception. And what were they doing with the government? I mean, aside from the propaganda of it.
Well, I mean, like literally the propaganda of how they talked about get out, do this, how to get people domestically to support World War I. Because like we're talking about way long ago. We are not talking about World War II.
It was so long ago, it is baked into like sound bites. Politicians so naturally talk in that vernacular. It's almost like it's baked into it. Like you can't not be a politician without speaking with that accent almost.
No, it's exactly that. And his entire push was about how corporate advertising ultimately can start pushing people towards what the purchase needs to be. One of the things, and it's most recently, I want to say, Adam Curtis did the documentary that mentioned it and really went deep into it. The Century of Self documentary, really good.
Froze?
That was absolutely not me. I didn't touch a thing.
He's a series of vectors no longer. Now he has a series of fixed points.
Saying.
Never
he looks handsome as
again.
Fuck in that frozen picture there. That's a great picture of him.
That's a good. We need a card for him anyway at this point, so maybe we'll just make a card based off of that. Now, yeah, we lost his, but it'll be back. There he is.
Well, hello.
Yeah, Maddie said it was my fault. Maddie was blaming me.
This is the real Brooks.
I'm going to blame you.
Person was a fraud.
I'll blame you. That's an.
Yeah. Oh, hashtag all Nick's fault. Oh, great.
Oh no.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this moment. We have 2 super chats from Sinister Porpoise. They were a while back, but I want to let you guys chat. So first, we have a $2 super chat, Sinister Porpoise.
All right, enough of that. We are coming to the time, so. Boom, boom. Let's get our audio back up. So we'll be taking call-ins today. We'll be taking call-ins probably in about 20 or so minutes. I think in theory or on principle I should make some progress in Elden Ring first. Just very quickly need to get this page done. All right. Yes. This is where we defeated the loathsome Dung-Eater Sonsol. We have not moved from this place since then. Sorry, I was reading the introduction to Levi Strauss' Wild Thought. Or, La Pensée Sauvage, I think is how you pronounce that in French, but I'm probably very wrong, because my French is atrocious. Has the real Voosh ever debated Sonsol? No, I don't think he ever will. Sonsol is a very, very small... Actually, I don't know if he has debated. I don't think he has. Sonsol's a very small channel. Much smaller now, because apparently he lost his Twitch channel after our conversation. Not immediately after. He had some call-ins. It's kind of a cope string following that. Didn't go very well for him. Oh, shoot. Okay, I know what I'm doing. Sorry, I'm going to be playing a little bit rough today. Not that I wasn't playing rough before. I've been playing a lot of Nier Automata. I actually beat it the other day. That's what I've been doing when I've been just exhausting my brain from the essay writing. So I'm going to need to... Oh, it's that screaming again. So I need to get the controls for Nier out of my brain. Where it's like, it's R for running. Oh, it's those things. They're making that noise. I see, okay. You see what it sounds like. Oh, was that not him? Hang on. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Try night, then visions of sun. Oh! Ah. I see. Alright, it's all making sense now. By the way, fun fact, Jehovah's Witnesses use a T-shaped cross as opposed to a cross-shaped cross. And they try to hide that a little bit. That's why when you, if you've ever seen their little, like, handout Bible versions that are illustrated. They show it really up close, so it's not jarring for people who are used to the other thing. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to level up a little bit, because we need to fight Margit, and we need to win. We also need to get pants, because as thick as Bush's thighs are, we need to, I'm feeling cold for him. There's no way in hell we can fight that, is it? Okay. I'll probably do a playthrough of Nier at some point. Because once you've beat it, once you've done all the routes, it resets. So you're very high leveled compared to the other enemies, so it's not going to be a massive slog to go through plot-wise, because that's really what I'm interested in. Too slow. That cave would be interesting to see. Tunnel ahead and short try ahead, alright. There's gonna be a thing that just eats me as soon as I cross this, isn't there? I'm certain of it. But you can't swim in this one. Why did I think you could swim in this one? I'm thinking of another game. Oh, of course. I was swimming in Factorio, or not Factorio, Satisfactory. And the island looked exactly like that. Ugh, too many games. That's alright. Okay. Hey, Sunday, it's one of your OG subscribers. Been a long time since we used to chat in Vosh's Discord. Oh yeah, we did, didn't we? I'm banned from Vosh's Discord, still to this day. It used to be more lively. It's been dead for the last couple of months. Just poorly cultivated. He had very bad taste in mods. Ow. Oh my god. Ah! Oh, that's how you hit on the other side. Got it, okay. That makes sense. Alright, we need to recharge our stamina. Oh my god. Haha! Beast liver. Hey, what? What? Oh, I'm on fire, of course. Okay. Does Brooks have his own channel? He does. I'll link it in the Discord later. If Brooks isn't too tired, maybe I'll ask him to come on tonight. God knows I'll need the break. Oh. Alright. Oh my god. Come on, get up, get up. Oh, really? Haha. Nope, no pants? Alright. Okay, here we go again. Come here, Butterball. Ow! Stop that. Haha! Oh, that's lovely. That's how Vosh wants to go. How are you banned? Oh, it's just funny. It wasn't anything serious why I was banned from Vosh Party. It was just funny. One of the mods didn't like me. That mod was also banned. Eventually. Alright. these guys are chained up, they can't really pursue me if I hit them, right? Oh my god. It's a delay. Oh, okay, okay, that's enough. No, stop! Stop! Oh, that's not good. We have made... mistakes were made. Alright, we're going this way. Actually, I've got a plan. I've got a plan. Here's chests with items in the backs of those carriages. Hey, I remember you. Giant enemy crab. Alright, we're gonna sneak up on these guys. Oh my god!
What are you, a fucking liberal?
Okay. Okay, we're not going there again. Bad idea. I think what we are going to do is I think we have enough. Hopefully. Maybe. We're going to level up a little bit so we've actually kept some of our hard-earned not souls. Can I ask you genocide-related questions if I call? You can ask me whatever you want, just I'll hate you for it. Alright, what do we got here? I feel like what we need is really to boost our attack. So I'm trained from Dark Souls to not put too much stock into health. It's much more effective just to not get hit. Which is easier to do if you kill your enemies quicker. You have real questions? I'll chat with you about it. My preference, though, is to not go into topics like this sort of casually. It's not been on my mind for a few days, and it's an exhausting topic. Just because the nature of the beast is, especially right now, if you're not on your game, and it's just not something you're like hyper on point for at the moment. That will not stop people from mining you for quotes. Which even Sonsol did, albeit very badly. So I'm just wary of that. It ends up being more of a headache than it's worth. So I'm sort of economical with how I weigh into stuff like that. There is a kind of streamer who is just jumping at the opportunity to weigh into whatever hot button topic is available, just to be there and be counted so you can scoop up some views, and that's not how I roll. But yeah, you're welcome to come on, Somnia Aesthetic. If people want to call in, I'm going to make a temporary invite into the description, which is now a thing you can do. Oh, hang on, I got a message. Oh, I see. I've got a lineup of calls, but I'd definitely be down to talk sometime. Oh. Okay, oh, we got Enlightened Liberal, some other person. Okay. Yeah, so we can put temporary invites now, which is great because it means that we don't need to kick everyone afterwards. We can let people in. So I'm going to add the invite to the description here. So if you want to call in, you can. I make no promises about being able to get through everyone. We had a lot of people last time, which surprised me. I didn't expect us to be that busy. Okay. So. You're no match for my depth perception. There we go. We're farming for pants. Haha. Come on, you pansy. Fight them on the ground, you coward. A knight does not fight on foot with the common rabble. Oh. Too close. Ow. That wasn't very nice. That wasn't very sporting, I say. Poor soul. You were just too high-strung. Oh, they don't make those cards like they used to. We'll take call-ins in a few minutes. I'm just leveling up my character a little bit first. Because when I take call-ins, I don't focus on leveling up. Oh, this guy's got an interesting shield. And I can do damage. So this is good. Come on. Oh, it's a really cool shield, actually. I want that shield. Come on. No, no, one at a time. That's cheating. Yes. Yes. Come into my parlor, said the spooter to the flue. Oh, you don't have invincibility frames. You look all big, but... Paper tiger. Ow! Ow! Okay. Alright. What have I got? Ha-ha! Nope, that was a bad idea. I did not... That was not as smart a plan as I thought it was. Ha-ha! Okay. Ha-ha-ha! Can't hit what you can't see. Haha. Alright, do I get that shield? Please drop the shield. No. What audiobooks would you recommend I can get big brain with while I sleep with headphones on? Thank you for the $5, Sapo Man. I don't generally recommend audiobooks. But what I do generally recommend is when you're trying to motivate yourself to study or whatever, you're trying to like enchant some field of research so it's easier for you to like really get into and make actual progress in. I recommend reading fiction that sort of enchants that field. So like one of the things that I really enjoy, for example, even though it's got a lot of problems with it, some of those problems are like some things that are really fun to point out. You can find free audiobooks of like the Foundation trilogy all over the place. Audiobooks of like Annihilation is really good. The problem with audiobooks is that you listen to them passively most of the time. It's very easy to lose your place. So if you're dealing with something that's very systematic or something that's critical, it's not the best way to go about it. And nothing is worse than having to reread something, right? Sunday use guard counter? What is guard counter? Oh, okay. We are going to slowly back away from the inferior doggo. Oh, it is a chest. I see. Ah. New weapon. Doesn't do much more damage. Oh, it's a dex weapon, I see. Still, we can sell that. Why is the stealth in this better than Sekiro? In Sekiro, you kill one person and everybody knows exactly where you are. It's really frustrating, even if they have no line of sight. It's one of the reasons it didn't really grab me as much. Like, beautiful game. And much more tight aesthetically than this one, which is a bit of, what's the word? Pastiche. There's morphin weapons and items in another nearby chest under the ruins. Which way are we going for that? Give me a direction. Nope, alright, we're doing this the hard way. It's to the west, huh? Alright, well I'm going to level up a little bit, because I don't want to lose... I'm just going to call them souls. I don't want to lose these souls. Wow, it really doesn't go up very much, does it? What does this weapon scale with? It must have terrible scaling. Oh, it's D, of course. Yeah, so it is terrible scaling. We need to get a better weapon. Alright, so to the west, you say. Okay, well, the west, they are to the east, so I guess we just keep going this way. Sure, while we're doing this, I'm going to pull somebody on. Let me know if the audio is good, guys.
Hello, Sunday.
Hey, how you doing? Here, let me make sure you're audible. And chat here, our guest. Do you want to introduce yourself? Pronouns, etc. Hello, hello? Oh, now I can't hear you at all. What's going on? Hello, hello, hello. Oh, you don't have audio set up. Okay, well, just let me know when. It's all good.
All right, there we go.
There we go. How are you?
You set up very well. I'm good. How are you?
I am doing swell. They say you're audible, so I think you're good.
Sweet.
Are they too quiet? Am I like blasting over them, or vice versa? We'll just continue and we'll let them figure it out. Hope you'll forgive me for being mildly distracted. I am not good at Elden Ring, but I am playing it anyways.
I totally forgive you. This is probably one of the best games that's ever come out.
It is gorgeous. I had some misgivings when it was still being announced. I still do a little bit. I think like I don't know. It feels a little overly busy, just in terms of the environment, but it's gorgeous. I am enjoying it immensely so far.
Yeah, I can understand the overly busy criticism. This is such a big change for what this company normally does. But I think as a first stab at some sort of open world game, FromSoft did a great job.
Well, I think their games are all basically open world. Is the strange thing. I think the real difference is just they moved from having really like tightly crafted, narrow environments where there's like it's open and it's heavily networked. You could technically go anywhere you want at any given time, but it's the move isn't really from open world or from a closed world to open world. It's from like it's more just the geography is switched from corridors to plains. Because they're all as open as this. You have exactly as much freedom in terms of your progression in this as you do in Dark Souls 1. It seems to me so far.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Dark Souls 1 you have a lot, right? Because you can go to the catacombs if you want, you can go to New Londo if you want, you have a lot of freedom.
Yeah.
I think 2 and 3 they backtracked on that really heavily though. 2 maybe not so much. 2 I guess you can hit all 5 branching paths from the very start. But they're not interconnected. Where Dark Souls 1, a lot of the different paths do lead back on each other. But Dark Souls 3, it feels like they really heavily abandoned that level design and they had in that earlier game.
Yeah, actually, weirdly, I was playing Nier Automata for the last couple of days. And it occurred to me as I just finished beating it, that one actually has a lot more in common with Dark Souls 1 level design than Dark Souls 2 does.
That is a game I've not played. I know a lot of people that's played it, and everybody said great things about it. But that is not one.
It is fantastic. It takes a little bit to grab you. I was not the introduction is great. Like it's a really fun, fast-paced, intense introduction that like really shows off the game's aesthetic style quite a bit. It has like a lot of gameplay variety. After that, I found it took a little bit, not like a massive while. It's not a super long game, but it took a little while for it to grab me again. Because it slows all the way down, your combat is clunky, your character is very weak. By the time you get to Route B, things have picked up considerably, and then, of course, it drops again in Route C, but then you catch up. But the balancing in Nier Automata is very strange. You're either not nearly as powerful as everything around you, or you're way overpowered, because there's no scaling. It's just like...
Gotcha.
It's preset leaps. But it's good. I highly recommend it. But what I was saying, though, is the level design is... it feels like it's sort of compartmentalized. Oh, that's not good. In the way... a lot of like old PS2 RPGs were, in the sense of like here's just a set of rooms that you can go to, and they're all just kind of disconnected, and there's just sort of a linear progression from even if in the event that you have an overworld, just a linear progression from one point to the next. But as you go through it and you start to unlock doors and shortcuts, it ends up backtracking on itself exactly the same way Dark Souls 1 does, and it's actually really interesting.
Yeah, I would say in some ways this game probably feels truly like Dark Souls 1 sequel. Not maybe in like the truest sense, because Dark Souls 3 probably feels a little bit more like a sequel in some ways, but in some other ways, this game really feels like it's Dark Souls 1 sequel.
Dark Souls 3 feels like a riff on Bloodborne, honestly. Right down to the combat. Like I'm not I like it. But it's honestly, I probably like it less than Dark Souls 2 even. Certainly in terms of the combat. Dark Souls 2 had fantastic PvP. The level design was like, But Dark Souls 3's level design isn't great either. It basically boils down to... Well, it does what Twilight Princess did with some of its callbacks to Ocarina of Time. But that's also basically all it does. And there's just not a lot going on, ultimately. It's just here's Dark Souls 1, but spookier, and that's about it. The problem with Dark Souls 2 is that it wasn't as tight. So the levels were like wonky. Some were too short, some were too big.
Yeah.
They threw too many enemies at you, so it broke like your ability to really skill your way through. You really just had to have like a certain level, and the linearity of it. Even if there were multiple paths, they escalated in I guess, danger or challenge so much that really there was only one set path that you could do. Whereas in Dark Souls 1, the way it worked was because of the sparsity of enemies. You could run past things, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think you can tell Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne were made roughly at the same time. The thing that gets me about Dark Souls 3's combat is it's like they try to put a little bit of that speed in from Bloodborne, but they didn't really set your character up in such a way where you could make it work for you. So some of the mobs and things like that, I think they just don't feel right. And I agree with the level design. It's better than Dark Souls 2 for sure, but it is not Bloodborne or Elden Ring or Dark Souls 1. They did better, but it's still something about it's still not quite right.
Well, this is interesting. Okay, there's like stairs here. Hang on, just bear with me a sec. We were going to talk about other stuff. Don't worry, I'm not just going to... Oh, no, it's not working. Oh, I'm dead, aren't I? I'm so... Wait. Yeah, I'm dead. Damn it. Alright, I'm going to run to the washroom quick, and then we will continue chatting, okay? Just hang tight a sec. Feel free to talk to chat. Just keep it clean, no slurs or whatever.
Sure.
This way, Tarnished. May I have a word?
What's up, chat? Y'all enjoying watching Elden Ring? Sorcery Academy and Elden Ring gives me Dark Souls 3 level design. I agree with that hardcore. It feels like a place in the forest, I guess. I can't remember the names from Dark Souls 3. I definitely recommend you play it. It's a great game. No, well, so not Fair and Keep. It's a section before you get to Fair and Keep. And there's two ways that you can split off. You can go to Fair and Keep, or you can go to Cathedral of the Deep. And I can never remember what the middle of those two is called, the part that branches between the two.
Between the Cathedral of the Deep and,
Fair and Keep.
Oh, it's that graveyard place.
Yeah. Yeah, you have the boss fight where the sorcerer kind of copies himself.
Yeah.
And you have to use the color cues to find the right one.
I can't remember that
either.
either.
Road to Sacrifice, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. I hated that place. Yeah, so you had some beef with me. I'm judging from the tenor of your comments towards me on Twitter. Now that I've lowered your guard with the pleasant FromSoft chat.
So beef, I guess you can call it beef. I don't necessarily think I have beef with you.
I don't have beef with you either. But it's Twitter, so we all hate each other. It's the rule.
Exactly. 100%. I think specifically that tweet about Cherry and the one you made about Eurodite calling her a fraud. I think those two
I didn't call Cherry a fraud. I actually don't dislike. I don't dislike Cherry.
Eurodite. You called Eurodite a fraud.
I think Eurodite is a fraud, but continue, please.
Right. So I think with Destiny's Orbiters especially, like, it seems like you're just really aggressive with them, and I can't figure out why.
It's going to be specific to every single person involved. When I make comments about Destiny Orbiters in general, this is after a very long history of engaging with the whole fucking lot of them. And I'm not actually that off on Stardust. I've got disagreements with her. She can be a piece of shit in her own right, but I don't dislike that one. I think she's... genuine's probably a strong word. I don't know her that well, and I'm not sure I trust her, but I don't think badly of her. So I'm a little bit perplexed as to where you got that idea from. But with respect to... well, we can go down the list if you like, or you can bring up whatever you think is particularly illustrative. It's your call. I'm
Yeah, sure.
If
I
I'm
mean, we
honest,
can.
I'm bored to tears by any discussion about them, but I'll definitely go over it with you.
I mean, I guess we can just start with the comment about why you think Erudite is a fraud. I guess
Yeah.
we can probably start there.
Sure.
Why do you think she is a fraud?
Well, my general engagement with Erudite, what was my initial engagement? She has been waffling in terms of how she describes her credentials for some time, which by itself would not be a big deal. I wouldn't particularly care about that, except that she has explicitly gone out of her way to defend actual frauds, very opportunistically, people like Dr. K, for instance, and pulling rank in order to disparage people who had very serious critiques against them. There is actually no psychometrician or psychometrics degree in Canada that you can get. Just so you know. So she is a Canadian-trained clinical assistant or something of that sort. Oh, that's cool. A Knight's Count. I can definitely not kill that. That's spooky looking. So where was I going with this? Right. Yeah. Sorry, hang on. So, I'm multitasking, and I need like 8 arms for this. Right. So when she says she's a psychometrician / psychometrist, first of all, these are two very different things. Secondly, you actually cannot become a credentialed either one in Canada through any Canadian university. I actually found the program that she took, which she confirmed, and it's not that. She claims that's colloquial. That is not the case. A psychometrician creates tests. That's their profession. A psychometrist administers them. She apparently made some kind of questionnaire for the Canadian government. I have no idea what that is, but that was an individual project. That does not make her a psychometrician. And it doesn't qualify her to speak as an expert in defense of somebody who is selling quack science and very possibly engaging in some very severe malpractice that may or may not have contributed to somebody dying. She has no idea what she's talking about at almost any topic that she covers. She's just bad. She's a misinformation purveyor, and she has used the inscrutability of her academic history to portray herself as an expert so she can get undeserved deference in conversations in Destiny's sphere. So that's my issue with her, is it's not just a matter of her being bad at what she does, which she is. It's not a matter of her, being like a bad scholar. It's not a matter of me not knowing what her degree is and me requiring papers or something. It's a matter of her doing precisely what people criticize me of doing, which I don't do, and that is using her credentials as a bludgeon against other people to demean them, and to override actual criticism of things that she says that she has not thought through. She's just a very, very disingenuous and callous person. So I have no respect for that one whatsoever. With respect to Cherry, I haven't said anything about Cherry that's not a complete reflection of her interactions with me. I have a stream on my channel in which she literally says exactly that. It's like it was bizarre, and I don't fault her for this. I think she was kind of like, I have a sense of what she was going for. She was kind of scrambling, but she tried to characterize me as obsessed with Destiny. I'm not. I have a very particular contention, or had a very particular contention with Destiny, over a right-wing talking point that he agreed to debate that me and some other people put a lot of work into, and that he just ghosted on and then continues to repeat.
Transgenocide, right?
No.
It was.
This was progressive orthodoxy squeezing out professors in the university.
Yep. Yeah. People in like real life jobs getting fired because wokeness is going too far. Yep.
Yeah, well, it happens to left wing professors, as it happens quite a bit. By the way, when we were discussing Rashida Love, who did lose her position at the university, Erudite's comment on that, without knowing anything about the situation, was good. This is a person with no soul. and no integrity whatsoever. Back to Cherry. Cherry was interrogating me about this, trying to cast me as obsessed with Destiny in a negative way. I am very negatively disposed to Destiny, but I'm not obsessed. I had a very strategic reason for doing what I did. What the hell are these things? There's like... Okay, guys, if your stools look like this, go see a doctor. So she tried to cast me that way, and then tried to explain why Destiny was actually not a bad guy. And her point of reference was, I'm not kidding here. You can go watch the stream yourself. It's got whale sperm on the thumbnail. He streamed himself going to workout sessions for a little bit. That's literally it.
Yep.
Yeah. So Cherry's I don't dislike Cherry. I think Cherry's a nice person at heart. She does some very silly things. And she takes sides with people who are not very good. And when she does so with respect to me, I'm going to respond as gently as I can in kind. So
yeah. Gently is a word for it. I don't know if I would call telling her that she argued with you so she could make Destiny love her gently, though. Especially
that was a little mean. I think it's accurate, but it was a little mean.
I don't know if it's accurate. So
I think it's
I will say I follow Cherry probably a little bit more than some of the other orbiters. I follow Uridite a lot. I've not seen all of her stuff. I probably follow them two most out of all the orbiters. So I guess just to make this simple and for us not to like both of us go on for like 40 minutes each, maybe we'd start with Uridite. So I have not seen all of her content for sure. So there is a great chance that you have either seen things I haven't, or you may have even seen more of it.
Mm-hmm.
But the times that I've seen her bring up her credentials have been times, I think Conversations with Mr. Girl is probably the greatest example of these. Times when people that clearly did not know what they were talking about tried to use some sort of authority over her. And I'm not a big person on the appeal to authority thing.
She characterized herself as a psychometrician in her first appearance on Destiny. This is something she's done from Go. It is not retaliatory. I don't have any love for Chud these days, but when he was arguing with her about the Dr. K issue, and she was defending Dr. K, she was laughing at him, saying that it was insane that he doesn't know how hypothesis generation works. Now, hypothesis generation is not some particularly highfalutin topic idea. It's literally what it sounds like. It's like different methods for giving you the ingredients to form a hypothesis. This can include anything from like interviews, observational studies, etc. Literally just giving you the stuff to make hypotheses about. However, this term hypothesis generation, if you're somebody who's not in academia or not in the social sciences and you're not familiar with this lingo, you might think, oh, this sounds like a particular method. This is some specific thing. I need to be very gentle with how I handle this, or I'm going to look like a fool if I say something that somebody with expertise in this field can simply point to and say, no, that's wrong, this is what it actually is. And this is par for the course with her. She hides behind the inscrutability of her background and academic lingo that she herself barely understands. It's actually astonishing. In order to bully people. And that's about it. That's really it. And not just bully people. She's not even doing it for like anything that can be remotely stretched to be a good cause. It's literally just, here's some notable person talking about a thing. I'm going to take a position that gets me attention. It's one of the most cynical displays I've ever seen. And she's just a very unsophisticated, very callous individual.
All right, so let's kind of break some of that apart, I guess. So the claim about she kind of started characterizing herself as this in
as
the
a
beginning,
psychometrician in her first video appearance on Destiny stream.
So let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
So if I started this conversation out like, "Hey, Sunday," just to give you some background on me, I'm a senior analyst at a Fortune 200 company.
Cool.
At that point, if I bring up that I'm an analyst again, am I like riding that wave of like, this is the authority I have on whatever we're talking about?
Well, you can do multiple things with it, right? So, for instance, in this case, the reason for calling herself a psychometrician, when really what she is a person with a basically clinical assistant's certificate and a psychology undergraduate degree, which is basically what Mr. Girl has minus the certificate. Although maybe he even has that, I don't know. The purpose initially is to generate interest. Ooh, this is an expert, right? Okay, a little naughty, but that's one thing. When you then try to use the lack of, shall we say, practical familiarity with sort of like terms of art from your discipline, like hypothesis generation, which is not specifically a term of art from your discipline, but let's use that as an example. The average person knows what a hypothesis is. They understand how hypotheses are made. The term hypothesis generation is going to ring a little strange in their ears, right? It sounds very corporate. If she's using the unfamiliarity with that kind of terminology as a bludgeon after the fact, that's not cool. If she's using that to defend a cynical defense of an obvious huckster like Dr. K, that's actually an unforgivable sin for an academic as far as I'm concerned. Your job as an academic is to make things more scrutable for the general public, which doesn't have time to do what you are subsidized by the government to do. If you're using the failure of your profession to educate the public more generally so it can understand what you're saying, or if you're using terms of art that aren't meant for public consumption, to bully people in the general public in defense of dishonest actors who are doing something similar, that's unforgivable. That's the capital sin for an academic. You're doing precisely the reverse of what society funds intellectual pursuits to accomplish.
Yeah, so just give you a little more background about me. I'm not a Dr. K fan, so I'm not going to hop on here and explain why.
I don't even. Can I be honest with you? I wanted to talk to you because I don't even think you're really an erudite fan or you're really deep into any of these things. I think what you see is just an angry troglodyte called President Sunday arguing that what seems like a nice, pretty girl with a psychology degree just trying to get by.
No,
that's not the case.
I've watched a lot of her content. There's a lot of things I like about her. One, she's making a lot of good moves in her career, getting on Fresh and Fit. It was
she's
pretty
making
cool
terrible moves
and
in her
having
career.
those conversations. I don't think so.
I'll tell you why. She has designs to get out of streaming and to get back into a profession in the psychiatric field at some point in her future. Okay? For all time, people say I look bad in that conversation, but I'm not trying to work with children. She spoke to me dead-eyed and called me a retarded child, which is funny until you realize this person gets any notoriety in an actual serious discipline. The content the video record that she is producing right now destroys her if she has any actual real world success. She has pinned herself into having to succeed as a streamer or else there's nothing there. It's a bad move. There's no there's money in this, but there's no respectability. There's no real social mobility. And you have you basically forfeited your access to any kind of political or social or intellectual prestige by engaging in the manner that she does with Destiny's Sphere. Even small local politicians, if you look at Destiny's Wikipedia page, I brought this up a few times, to the outside world, insofar as he exists at all, because he doesn't. Like, Destiny's small. He seems big to us, but he's small. let's round his numbers up to an absurd degree. Let's say he has 700,000, 800,000 subscribers, right? He's dwarfed by Sneeko, who is just removed from YouTube, who nobody in the real world really knows about generally. You ask the average person on the street who Sneeko is, who was double Destiny's size. They have no idea who that person is. He has no real existence. Destiny has a Wikipedia page. On that Wikipedia page, the only political thing of note that he is recorded as taking part in is a canvassing effort that the politician he was canvassing for had to make a public statement separating himself from Destiny because he had no self-control, and was going off about how it would be desirable if the Kenosha protests were to continue for rednecks to mow them down.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah,
of,
but what I'm getting at here. Ooh, that's a big wolf. What I'm getting at here is she's locked herself into a corner. This is now her forever, and she can't get out of it. And if she does, she's going to be sweating about these interactions for the rest of her life.
Yeah, but would you say so? Let me ask this: would you say it's if people go to college, do stuff, change their mind all the time, right? That's what I did. I went to college to be a music major, and then I ended up working in corporate America.
Oh, nice. What do you do music wise?
So I majored in trumpet. So I was going to school for a music ed degree. About junior year, I realized that schools everywhere are cutting music programs. Teachers are getting fired. There's no money in it. And kind of made like a hard shift in a completely different direction. So yeah. So I could understand you going to school, you kind of going down one path, then you kind of dip your toes into something else. And then you realize, hey, this thing is actually pretty cool. I kind of want to do this. So I don't know if it's really a bad thing if she's locked into this, if that's her desire to be.
No, it's not, unless she has accrued a long history at this point of extremely cynical and duplicitous action, and making just mind-bogglingly stupid statements. I don't envy her in the slightest.
I'm not sure. So I think this is probably why you see me comment on a lot of your statements on Twitter. I think sometimes because they're Destiny's orbiters.
No, not at all. When I started engaging with Erudite, I was not negatively engaging with Destiny yet, unless my timeline is way off. In fact, I think my conversation with Erudite, the infamous one, that took place before I had the conversation with Destiny, in which we agreed to have the conversation about the progressive orthodoxy thing, because that was about the initial conversation with Destiny, which was short. I was critical of Destiny at that point, but I wasn't critical of other people because of their affiliation with Destiny. I was critical of Destiny because he was doing things that seemed to act against the things that he did, or that did act directly against the things that he did and the reasons he gave, that built up his profile in the first place. There were articles written on fairly major platforms talking about, like, can this infamous online troll, like, beat the alt-right or whatever. Meanwhile, he's resurrecting alt-right figures from media death by just allowing them to sell themselves and their natural charisma, by just having these weird public outings with them in which he provides no pushback or does anything against them of note that can justify this. So as a contrast, like, I have for a very long time, basically since he started appearing on things, I've been very critical of Mr. Girl appearing on various platforms, because this is a person with very toxic ideas about consent and a lot of natural charisma, and he is giving a bunch of people who really need to be educated out of their behaviors a bunch of tools to romanticize them and to glamorize them and to make them seem completely appropriate. This is actually one of the reasons why I had some early friction with Stardust, and it's come up a couple of times in the past, because she had a discussion with Merrick in which Merrick made exactly this point, and her response was, "I don't care. You can't tell me what to do," which is pathetic, given it's bluntly just pathetic, given like, the nature of what we're talking about.
In all fairness, there's definitely some conversation that happened before Star got to that point where she kind of had to put her foot down and was like, "Listen, this is my channel. I'm going to platform who I want." Right? We didn't just go 0 to 100 out of nowhere.
Doesn't matter. The argument hadn't shifted. What happened was she was put into a corner. And what was revealed in that conversation is that she actually doesn't care one jot about the effects of what she does. She's in this for herself, and that's it.
So I don't think it's about not caring about the effects. I think there's probably a disagreement about what those effects really are. I would not agree that Destiny bringing Nick on stream and he didn't just sit there and be friends with Nick. Him and Nick argued while they were live in his house for sure. It wasn't just, hey, we agree on everything or whatever. But I wouldn't agree just because he has Nick on that this is automatically causing tons and tons and tons of harm.
The gesture, it's not a matter of the individual engagement causing tons and tons of harm. I have a very specific complaint about this. The issue with bringing Nick into his house, first of all, is a gesture, and then having repeated engagements in which they're just sort of laughing as friends in like social scenarios, where there is not a lot of pushback. Remember, like, he calls out a person as a Jew in the street during the Chicken and Waffle stream. The issue is that this is a person who is largely out of grace within the right-wing community. He has no access to major platforms, and what Destiny is doing is he is allowing this person to sell himself on his own natural charisma before his much larger audience, so that his audience flow, the flow of the algorithm towards that directs attention to different media figures, that is now channeled in Nick's favor. This is somebody who was president January 6th. This is not like this is not an irrelevant figure.
I know who
you do, but like the point though is, he is being extraordinarily reckless with a figure who is a media figure who relies on exposure in order to succeed at what he does, who has taken part in insurrectionary actions against the democracy of which Stephen is a part, for literally nothing except to fill his bank account. There's no other justification for it.
Well, it's not just filling his bank account, right? When
it pretty
Destiny
much is.
brings Nick
look,
on,
when I brought this up, he literally said it would be against his business model to do otherwise. It's
it is. But the way you can look at that business model,
it's a business model, my dude. It's money.
Well, I mean, like tons of things you do are for money, right? Like
that doesn't matter. The point isn't that doing it for money is bad. The point is that if you're doing something which has the potential to empower somebody who is, first of all, an extremely dangerous proselytizer of bigotry, but secondly, has actually engaged in insurrectionary action against your government to overthrow your democracy, you better have a damn good reason. Getting more views is not sufficient.
Well, it's not just about getting more views, right? You get views from Nick's audience. You get Nick's audience hearing what you have to say. You get Nick's audience following you. You get Nick's audience, especially the ones on the fringe, finding a new home outside of Nick's audience. That's probably where the good comes from.
That's silly, and I'll tell you why that's silly. The reason why I was willing to entertain in good faith the argument about the progressive orthodoxy issue was because I was still operating under the assumption that even if he was half-hearted about it and he had cynical motives in the background, he was still willing to treat pushing back against Nick's rhetoric and Nick's positions as like a serious component of what he was doing. However, he didn't just ghost the conversation. He continued to repeat the talking point that he refuses to allow to be challenged endlessly, which means that at bottom, what he's actually doing, he's not really stealing Nick's audience and convincing them out of their right-wing conspiracy theories, he's making it so that Nick's audience feels like his channel is a place that is accommodating to them precisely because it buys into the same things. He's the narrow part of the wedge for them. And he's not going to like pull the rug out from under their feet. He's going to milk that as long as it is profitable for him to do so. And moreover, it's not just a matter of like this massively overstates how much control he has over the situation. One of the upshots of his interactions with Nick Fuentes was that other streamers like Sneeko, who are like massively transphobic and bigoted individuals themselves, the massive audience, a bigger one than Steven's, now suddenly were inundated with requests to talk to this person. It's at that point out of Steven's hands. By making this person have access to a wider audience, he actually destroyed his capacity to direct what those people need to do to get access to a more general audience. And we have studies on this, by the way. Pursuant to preparing for a debate on whether or not deplatforming works, I went through a bunch of papers that looked at, okay, what is the result of actual like censoring and deplatforming on online radicalism? And what it found was that basically across the board, when you forced people to tone down their rhetoric in order to gain access to normal public spaces online, their efficacy at radicalizing people dropped substantially. The only increase in radicalization was the result of the hardliners being the only ones remaining in these tiny little like hyper radical dark forums or whatever, because nobody else could find them and everybody else was leaving because they weren't growing. So what Steven's actually doing is he's taking a figure who had already been like cast down to the dirt by people on the right because of his toxic behavior towards other right-wingers, and giving them a mulligan where they can just now go, hey, look how chill and normal this person is. I kind of like him, actually. Like, it's not cool. And sure, like, he ditched him later on when there was conflict with other large streamers he was engaging with that he thought he might have, like, I suppose, rapport with in the longer term. But it was too late then. And it still doesn't justify anything because his motives are still cynical. So fundamentally, this is just like the quintessential bad faith actor. There's just no redeeming it.
I don't know. Cynical seems. I don't know.
You're not gonna sit there and tell me Destiny's not the most cynical person you've ever seen, please.
I mean, there's probably times and topics, but I don't think that everything Destiny does is because Destiny is cynical.
Can I no, there's an additional thing that Destiny does that's not cynical. You're right. He gets off on surrounding himself with people who he feels he has some level of power over. That's an additional one. That's why he does things that are stupid. But generally, profoundly cynical person.
All right, I'm not going to argue the power part. Hopefully, Mr. Girl's paper proves. Mr.
Girl is as guilty as Steve is. That's the. I'm not even talking about that. But like this has been discussed. This isn't like even a thing that's come out recently. This has been part of the discourse for a while now. I know because pursuant to understanding what the hell was going on with Mr. Girl and Steven, and I regret doing so, frankly. I found stuff from years ago. This is old. Which I mean, which is normal, right? Like that's just a candid description of what somebody who engages in a sphere where your prestige is based upon your ability to bend people to you rhetorically. He's just saying quite honestly that he enjoys it, which is, fine by itself. I mean, there's probably something noble about it, but that's hardly my business. There's just nothing there. There's just nothing. I'm rambling. Go on. You wanted to say something?
You're good. All right, let's get off Destiny.
Please, for the love of God.
I don't think you and I came here to talk about Destiny. Anyway, so back to your night.
Oh no, that's worse.
Well, Actually, I'm surprised to hear that come out of your mouth. Honestly, that's
Oh, Steven
that's a
over
shock.
erudite any day of the week.
Nice. That's
Look, Steven's capable of making an interesting point now and then. Okay.
You don't think she does a good job when she's in some of these debates and these panels? Really?
No.
Put
Not what I've seen, which is very little because I can't tolerate her. But as far back as the Chud Logic on Dr. K thing, awful.
So Dr. K may not be her best subject.
Dr. K should be her best subject. She bills herself as somebody in the field of psychology. Dr. K is somebody who deals specifically with mental health in a very reckless way. She can't find her way around that. She's useless.
I mean, maybe. So the thing about Dr. K is some of that is, and I don't want to argue about Dr. K either, but some of that is, there's probably some gray area there.
There's not really.
And there's probably, I think the argument is there might be some sort of good that there could be out of that. Now that is, of course, not my argument because I told you I'm not a Dr. K fan. I do not like you have your therapy sessions in front of everybody, whether you call it therapy or not.
Can I level with you?
Board with, yeah.
I don't even have so much of an issue with him having like emotional conversations with people on stream. When he's fudging the lines and like he's saying he's uncertain whether he's like in a doctor-patient relationship, that's another kettle of fish. But like just on a basic level, as like let's talk about Dr. K insofar as he does what erudite does. Okay, this is a person who uses his credentials. It's literally in his name, doctor. I think he was educated at Harvard. If memory serves, it might be Harvard.
Yeah, I think so.
That's irrelevant. He uses his credentials to give what he says extra weight, and then he will go on stream and he will, with no word of exaggeration, suggest that the placebo effect can cure cancer cells and that depression is not a real thing. He's a snake oil salesman. The fact that erudite cannot address that appropriately, the most clearest case of malpractice in this medium that you are capable of, as far as I am concerned, that's damning. It's just damning. There's no salvaging it.
I feel like I've heard her talk about not agreeing with like some of the Eastern medicine takes and some of that stuff he said.
It doesn't matter if what she does ultimately is to opportunistically defend other critics of that, to the effect that those criticisms are not taken seriously. It's really as simple as that. Like, look, I don't like any of these people. Like, across the board, none of them. But objectively, what Mr. Girl and Chud Logic were trying to do, for whatever their reasons or motives were, what they were trying to do with respect to Dr. K was positive. Okay, she inserted herself only to get attention, to the effect of helping to undermine it.
So I might give you that Chud's reasoning might be good. And at one time, I definitely thought Mr. Girl's reasoning was good. I don't know if his reasoning was good anymore. Yeah, the attack on Dr. K. At one point, I thought like what he was doing was good and why he was doing
I'll tell you why I don't think it's good. Okay. Since we're meandering back and forth and rambling all over the place, anyways. And it's for the same reason why I don't think his motives with respect to the recent stuff is good. If they were, he would remove himself from the equation. Someone like Dr. K leans back with their bourbon in their easy chair at night, chuckling to themselves with satisfaction, because every single person who criticizes them is going to be linked in with someone who's most famous for a Cuties review in which he expresses his sexual attraction to the children in the show, and a video on why he is a pedophile, and a clip in which he says that he raped a person who's a Tinder date.
Sure. So let me clarify a little bit.
Yeah.
In the initial bit, when he kind of started the Dr. K thing, right? I thought that was okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think at some point he became ultra obsessive. And then kind of where we're at with what he's doing with Destiny, I have to go back and question, like, did he really do the Dr. K thing for good reasons, or did Dr. K trigger him and then he get obsessive?
Oh, I think he was triggered for the right reasons. Like I think he saw somebody who was actually engaging in irresponsible action resulting in harm.
So my worry about that is just based on his abusive claims of Destiny. I'm not sure if at that time Mr. Girl like really had a good intuition of Dr. K being abusive.
He probably has a good case against Destiny. The problem again is that he's trying to equivocate what happened with him with basically sexual coercion, which is horribly cited as of right now. He has exactly one witness who has walked back on her claims.
Yep.
Which, by the way, it is worth noting that she walks back on her claims when under pressure in front of Destiny's audience with Destiny there. So that doesn't go one way or the other. It's just that the point is, he has no case. There's enough there that people should be going, okay, what the hell is going on? People should be taking a lot more care to make sure that the very real potential for serious kinds of exploitation isn't being taken advantage of by people in this sphere, and they're clearly comfortable to just let things go as they are. But in terms of like documentary evidence for the kinds of claims that he's making, he doesn't have enough. And I flat out told him
I totally agree with that. I'd agree with that 100%. And I'm not gonna drag up that entire history of Destiny and the Witness.
Yeah, no, that
again, been
like,
around a
I'm not
years.
even saying names for that reason. But the point though, what was the point I'm getting at? Right. The point though, once again, is I think he had like there were good reasons he could draw upon. I don't think what ultimately motivated his moving now was those reasons.
No, I think it was getting banned from the subreddit and he's got a little bit of a vengeance game to play, or he's upset because
I don't even
he may
know
have
it's
thought
getting...
he could control Destiny, and he learned that because Max gives me the I need to control the people around me vibes. Any conversation I've ever seen him have, it's very hardcore, like, we are going to talk about this, we are going to talk about this way, and I'm going to be real angry if we don't.
Yeah, most of the time. I think he conflates, and I don't think he does so that innocently, but God only knows. He conflates spontaneity with sincerity.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and he thinks that if you're not fetishistically putting forward the big feels that you're getting from whatever it is that we're talking about or whatever, as like the centerpiece of the conversation, then you're in some sense not being sincere, which is clearly not true, because your emotions can be triggered by things like gut flora and temperature and like how much sleep you got the night before, or if you've been drinking. Like it's I don't need to explain this to you, but like it's a little bit remarkable for like someone who has a psychology degree to be that naive about this kind of thing. Like there are so many different things that impinge on our reasoning. One of the ways in which you get at sincerity is figuring out what would a person do if they thought this through more clearly. This is why we have the distinction between crimes of passion and like first degree murder. It's just baffling. It's frustrating too, because like again, I think he actually has like a solid case, not just against Destiny, but he's again targeting Destiny because he has a particular issue with him because of personal slights recently, but against that whole sphere, and probably with people much larger than Destiny, almost certainly people much larger than Destiny, for God's sake, Hollywood for that matter. Like there's definitely exploitation going on there. The very industry in which Destiny is taking part is exploitative. They're destroying vulnerable people's reputations, and weaponizing a parasocial audience for monetary gain. That's about as exploitative as you can get without like literally brute forcing someone into sex, which as far as I'm aware, there's no evidence of Destiny doing. but that's the language that's being deployed gives that impression, which makes it like really, really convenient for Steven if there's a bunch of other bad stuff going on that he is aware of. If you can all of a sudden tie this back to, and Mr. Girl wants to be considered a victim of the same abuse too, because what exactly I'm not entirely clear on. It's just very... Oh, and in addition to all this, yeah, by the way, here's a backlog of content in which he basically indicates that he is a pedophile and that he raped somebody. It's just dumb. It's just dumb.
I mean, it's something for sure. The industry being exploitive, I don't know a ton about your background. So when I ask this question, like I'm genuinely asking this question.
Yeah.
Are you like in the camp of like jobs in general or exploitive?
No, God, no. What I'm talking about is the trend of most creators in this sort of sphere. And by this sphere, I just mean like people whose content is primarily talking about other people's mishaps. The trend is, like, Destiny used to be someone who talked to, like, scientists and philosophers and, like, whatever. And not just that, of course. He was ultimately, like, a professional gamer and whatever, which is fine. But he built his reputation being a political debater for serious causes with stakes on the side of minority groups that were being targeted for oppression. The trend recently has been to go, ooh, this person I'm talking to, they said a no-no thing. Let's spend the next week just stripping their personality to the bone in front of a merciless audience of people with a perverted fetish for watching other human beings get torn down on a personal level. There's no productive value to it. It's literally just taking people who don't know when to shut up and don't know how to comport themselves in front of a very cruel audience. Make fools of themselves and self-destruct in public. That's what I'm calling exploitation. Is it's like if I had you on, for instance, right? And instead of having like an earnest conversation like we're having now, I tried to bait you into saying something or defending something that I had more knowledge of than you did, and then I just tried to bully you until you were on the back foot and stuttering. So I could then post this and go like, oh, loser self-destructs defending, like abusive clout shark or whatever you want to call these people. That would be exploitative. That would not be...
That's an interesting analogy because I'm not the most familiar person with your content. I've seen some of it. I've seen more of your discussions with other people than I've seen some of your other stuff. And I've seen conversations where you're having conversations like we are now, and I've seen conversations where it definitely turns the other way. So when I walked into agreeing to talk with you, I walked in with the notion that this could go one of a couple ways. So I was pretty well informed if me and you started kind of going the blood sports route, I guess. I knew that we could get there. So
okay,
so
now just before we continue though, just add this into the mix, and this is why I think, despite everything else, despite my serious misgivings about Mr. Girl and whether or not he has a case for what specifically he's trying to claim, now imagine if in addition to that we had a prior sexual relationship that had been going on for a year and you have a spouse. See how this gets really tricky? I'm not making specific allusions to anyone, but like, fuck, I guess I am kind of. Okay, it's just it's an example that came to mind. But the point is though is that like this is like a common feature of a lot of these people, right?
Well,
when you have that kind of situation going
on, but there's plenty of people that comes on his stream that he has not slept with.
Well, that we know of, crucially, right? These are the ones that come to light. So it's tricky. Remember, once again, all of the recent ones under discussion were secrets until recently. That's why they're surprising. That's neither here nor there. This happens. Look. Let's move away.
Sure,
let's move away. Well, no, they were both secret.
Well, one of them has many years of history. That the
But
newest
he's
instance
been
might be secret, but
the one with many years of history, he's been calling an insane stalker for the past year while making content. Well, he's been making content saying she's an insane stalker for the past year, while he's apparently been sexting her on the side.
were you
That looks
well?
bad.
The two things didn't necessarily happen at the same time. The arc of when everything was kind of going to hell, and then the new info.
It doesn't.
They didn't happen quite at the same time.
The point is, after this had already taken place, after he'd already called her these things, this was already happening. Now, once again, like, on the basis of this, you can't draw any serious conclusions. Like, you can't say, for example, that one or the other party was abusive, because both is a possibility. We just don't know. However, the crucial point here is we don't know, and the potential for that is wide open. And that's just not being taken seriously.
How were you? I don't know much about your history. But were you kind of following this sphere over the last like 2-3 years?
There's a backlog of records of it. I caught myself up over the past couple days.
So I want to be very careful having this conversation because I mean, it's probably pretty obvious to everybody who we're talking about at this point.
I would hope not. I don't think actually most people in the world are aware of what this is. These do involve fairly obscure people.
Well, I imagine your audience has to be somewhat familiar.
I'm sure some of them are, but a lot of my audience actually doesn't follow that crowd.
So I've watched all of the stuff, not just them two talking, but the person talking to other people and being on other people's streams. And I will say sometimes there was some really fucked up things where like they were kind of goating this person into breaking down, which was totally fucked up. But I think there's a lot of evidence there that he is probably not the abuser.
I'm not making a statement one way or the other. I don't know.
Well, that's what I like.
Sorry, I want to be very careful here. The point that I'm getting at is that there is a very serious potential for exactly the worst case scenario that's being drawn from this, and worse than that. And the problem is that the response to this has not been to go, okay, we're gonna like clean up house a little bit, and we're not gonna do stupid things that can result in vulnerable people being exploited and hurt. The response has been to go, oh, this is normal, guys. If you work in a restaurant, everybody's fucking each other. I saw that ABBA stream. It's a ridiculous level of callousness and irresponsibility.
So I would almost agree if he was the one outing the relationships. I could almost agree.
Well, the issue, though, is that the nature of the texts that were outed that brought this whole thing to light to begin with were that the content of it was that if this person doesn't continue to sext Steven, he will turn people against this person and harm her career, which is something that he can very well do. Now, the problem here is that, well, I mean, there's a lot of problems here, but the problem here is that because this person was also calling this person crazy, while continuing to sex them on the side, like, look, I'm not gonna lie, like, if when someone tells me, oh, it looks very much like this person was being manipulated and abused and put into a position of being under this person's thumb while being taken advantage of, it's a hard sell to tell me that it doesn't look like that.
There's a very important timeline piece to this. While this was happening, the sexting that we just all found out about, the statement from Destiny has been, we are cool, we are chill, we're not fighting. That's been the statement. It's not that we're like...
No, I understand. I understand that. I actually don't think that... I don't know if that's ubiquitously the case, but there is already a massive backlog of content, including her being on stream, making accusations against him, and him walking them back on stream with him there, which is not, by the way, how you litigate these kinds of things impartially.
Well, some of the things that's happened where he's had to walk it back, or where he's had her walking it back, is because she has been on many other streams saying some
yes, but my point though is that the
crazy
only
things.
well, not necessarily crazy things, but things that are very incriminating. And the problem is that the only thing that caused the walking back was literally just being on stream talking to him. There wasn't proof.
Well,
There wasn't anything that like broke down the narrative. It was literally just that. Now that's neither here nor there because again, it's an unreliable witness. I don't know if she was misspeaking or telling a lie, or if she was telling the truth and was pressured out of it. There's no way to tell. And Mr. Girl's jumping the gun massively by assuming the worst case scenario in this case on no evidence. But the worst case scenario, highly plausible, and absolutely does happen all over the place. And the response to this is just not acceptable. Like, I'm sorry. It's
the
a
worst
very...
case scenario could be possible. The backlog is so important though because
No,
the
but
backlog
I'm directly
points.
referencing the back. No, you're misunderstanding me. I understand the timeline. The problem though is that the bare fact that during this period this person claims she was forced to sex with him or else she would be penalized in some way. Him being nice to her while that is going on doesn't matter. The point is, leading up to this, he was saying this person was absolutely crazy. And him saying, "Oh, we're cool now," that doesn't matter.
So I'm not talking about the recent backlog of like the last year.
Oh, what are you
I'm talking
about?
the year or two it took to get to the point of we're cool, we're not fighting anymore. That backlog is extremely important to understand this complicated mess of a
No,
situation.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think when you're in that position, you need to not. You bluntly just need to not, which is not, frankly, a very large imposition.
So I'm not. So to be
Any
clear,
any fool would understand this.
I am not condoning the actions of messing around with this person again. So that point I want to make clear. The part that I think that older backlog is very, very important is when you start thinking about how plausible that it is with this specific
I
person.
See. No, but listen,
that part is extremely important.
Yeah, but listen to me. I don't care about that. I have no way to tell. There's no
well,
way to tell.
We can't just throw out like 2 years of evidence, though, right? Like that's sort of important.
Yes, we can because none of it is determinative of anything. Like literally, just ignore it. I have no way to gauge this current case.
I think that's part of the reason Max is in the spot he's in now.
Yes,
is because he's ignoring that part. That part is the reason that you see people that hate Destiny come out and say Max is fucking crazy.
Sure. Look, I'm not trying to say that Destiny did what Max said Destiny did. I don't know. And it seems like the witnesses are as untrustworthy as Destiny is. And Destiny is untrustworthy. But that's neither here nor there. The point, though, is that what's been pointed to and what's being ignored is that the way in which these groups organize and how they relate to one another opens up a massive window for people to be horrifically exploited. We observed how this could be taking place, and we literally have nothing but the bare fact that everyone who's making claims is untrustworthy. To say that in this particular case, no, it's okay, guys. Nothing certain. Just like, okay, great. There's no serious address of this, and that's a problem. Now, in addition to like that kind of behind the scenes type of exploitation, these people are, again, this is what I was actually pointing to. These people are being exploited on the front end, right down to thumbnails. People are being portrayed as insane to an audience. On the basis of being basically goaded into an emotionally charged interaction with someone they have a parasocial relationship with, or as the case may be, an actual like intimate physical relationship, because people enjoy a train wreck.
This is where I think you and I can probably have a better conversation about this is this arc of it. So the reason that I don't necessarily think this is exploitive is because like this is almost like this is kind of the game you're trying to play in this sphere. Now you can, I guess, disagree that this sphere shouldn't work this way or this is bad, right? But this is the sphere.
Look. So if I was a mercenary working for Blackwater, it would not be a retort to someone saying, "Hey, you're killing people for unethical agents," to go, "Hey man, that's just the game." So you see how that doesn't really go very far?
I am familiar with this game. So you could also say that you're killing people that is probably robbed like a ton of whatever you're protecting.
Okay, look, once again,
agents.
we're exploiting vulnerable strangers on the internet. Yeah, well, they probably deserved it.
No,
That
no, no.
doesn't wash.
I'm not saying you deserve it. That's not. So let's not like put.
Okay, well, they
argument in that
probably.
direction.
I
I'm
just
not
don't know. I
saying.
just don't know where you're going with this.
I'm saying that in general, if you're going to hop on Destiny stream, you probably are pretty informed about what you're jumping into. So for here, I'll give you an example.
Well, hang on. No, I know what you mean. What do you mean by being informed, though? Do you mean they watch a lot of his content and they see other people being taken apart and are sure that can't be me?
Well, no, I think in most cases, people are probably trying to get to that point because that's.
I think a lot of people in his audience
content
sincerely think they're dealing with somebody who they can have like a positive conversation with and who they can.
Well, he
influence
has a
with their
lot of
ideas.
positive conversations, though. Not every conversation is.
He has positive
into blood
conversations
sports, right?
that are convenient for him. When they're not, he will take very serious and sincere people who are trying to do like really positive work, and we'll just try and break them down for no purpose other than that. Again, it's convenient and fluid for him to do so.
It's so some of this depends on how.
But I'm not even
conversations
talking
you
about those
had.
people. I'm particularly concerned with the nobodies who make an ass of themselves because, once again, they've been situated in such a way as there are tremendous extrinsic pressures on them. They may be mentally unwell, they may be parasocially or very like intimately related with the person who is talking to them, and then using their breakdowns as a money making scheme, which is
Can you give
precisely
me
what's going
an
on.
example of a nobody?
Of a nobody?
Yeah,
I think the
quickly.
deconstruction of Lav is a case in point. Lav is a nobody.
So Lav is not a nobody. Though.
Lav is a complete
She
nobody.
might be a nobody in that particular
Lav
sphere,
is
but she's
only-
got like 700K followers on TikTok.
That doesn't
She's
matter.
not a nobody. It does matter. She
really doesn't.
She understands like the social light and the parasocial thing and that type of community. I will say this.
Anavoir?
She probably
Anavoir does not.
I am less familiar.
Okay, but just for the
with-
record, having 700,000 followers on TikTok does not make you a somebody. This is not a person who has any clout in the real world. So when she appears here, she's literally just girl showed up on stream. That's it. And there are other people who are just like picked to the bone, just live. I'm pinpointing that one because she's been the target for the last couple of weeks.
So we can stick on Lav because I'm really familiar with the Lav arc. So she probably didn't. I don't think it's necessarily she didn't realize what she was walking into. I think she didn't realize that she couldn't warp it into the type of thing she was used to. Because I think she tried to do that, right?
I don't want to interrupt you, but we're deviating from the point, and I have to get somebody else on here, so we need to like wrap this up. The point is, regardless of what you think of these particular cases, just scroll through and just look at how often some rando, and not just Destiny's channel, other channels too, how often it's some caller, just some random person, and their face is then just stapled onto a thumbnail, looking like a lunatic, just being picked apart because they didn't play the online debate game as savvily as someone who has literally nothing else except for their performance in that conversation staked on the conversation. That's what I'm talking about. That's exploitative. You're using people breaking down because of an unfairly stacked situation in order to profit personally from it. That seems pretty like cut and dry to me.
So I know you have other people to hop on, so I'm not gonna keep you forever.
Sure.
I don't think that is necessarily exploitive. It probably can be in certain cases, but I don't think it's necessarily.
You're literally exploiting like literally the thing. That's why it's on the thumbnail.
So I guess we can call it exploitive, but exploitive might be loaded sort of in a way that I don't like a negative connotation that I don't necessarily agree implies what exploitive usually implies.
I think that's a stretch, but I'll let you leave that uncontested, okay? It has been a pleasure talking to you, though. You take care.
Yeah, absolutely, man. If you ever want to chat again about, I think the conversation about whether or not this sphere itself is exploitive is extremely interesting. So, if you ever want to chat about it again,
I do not, but I will entertain a conversation about it in the future. Okay.
Cool.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Okay, sorry, we've got a bunch of people waiting. That went very long, I apologize. I'm gonna go run to the washroom, and then I will come back and we'll bring on other people, and we'll go faster, okay? We're gonna go late tonight, so you will get a chance. Sorry for the wait, guys. Just hang on a sec. Alright, let's pull in somebody else. I think there's an order here. Let's see. Mostly Rhyme, Mark, Sure Shot. Okay, so... Mostly Rhyme's still there. Alright, so I'll go in here. I'll pull in Mostly Rhyme. Hey, how you doing? Hello, hello. You're muted, just a heads up. Oh my god. Mostly Rhyme, you gonna chat? You with me there? Hello, hello? Alright, you can come in later. Sorry about that. And then it's, Mark Tenenbaum. Hello, hello, Mark. You there?
Hello, hello. I am here.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, can you hear me?
I can. I can hear myself a little bit too. Are you using speakers or?
You're playing for my computer.
Oh my god.
Okay, let's do this. Can you call on someone else and then circle back to me? I'll get headphones.
Sure. Sure shot. Hey.
Hey.
How you doing?
It's a little unexpected. I thought you had somebody else.
I did, but they were having audio troubles.
Okay. How's Elden Ring?
There's an excellent question. I haven't been watching.
I guess he had you up against the wall then, huh?
I don't know about that. It's just we were talking about
it
was terribly boring.
It was.
They seemed nice though.
Yeah, like he seems nice. He seems like an all right. Like if you're gonna talk to anybody,
I just would rather talk about literally anything else but that.
Yeah.
Because like it's immediately a topic where it's like, oh great, now I'm gonna get a bunch of people talking to me about it, and I don't care. The particulars don't matter. Like it literally just.
It's like if you had to explain it, it's like, what? Like why even bother? Like if you had to explain to somebody like why Destiny creates a whirlpool of toxicity, like and you just don't see it. Like I don't know how somebody like.
Well, I think he sees it. I think he's treating this as like a rape trial though, which it's definitively not. Like I don't think Destiny himself is doing something that any of these people aren't also doing for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a systemic
it's
problem.
Mutually abusive.
No, it's not even that. I have no idea what's going on in Destiny's particular cases. It's just the thing that Mr. Girl's highlighting is something that's like it's made almost inevitable by the way in which these groups interact. It's not something
it's systemic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the nature of the beast. But I definitely was. I was trying to stay awake, and I was having a really.
I was too.
There. I was afraid, like, oh god, if he brings me on next, I'm gonna be all fucking tired. But here I am.
So what's on your mind?
So I had a little bit of a Joker moment today in your Discord chat.
Really?
Me and Imran were going over the transgenocide topic.
Oh, and, Imran, yeah.
I was reading that that article from the Journal of what is it, Genocide Research.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of crystallized for me how all this works mechanically, particularly with like liberal politics and the sort of like default abstemiousness that liberals take towards these things happening.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm gonna go look at the chat real quick to recall this. Find it. So, you know, like the that paper, that article talks about like how the criminalization of genocide sort of creates like a framework that also creates the just by its very nature, like creates the technicalities by which those who are either party to genocide or are motivated to downplay it can sort of like skirt by.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And it kind of like occurred to me that, let's see if I can find it here. Oh, so like the analogy that occurred to me about it was, you know, like just anthropologically throughout history and up to the present day, rape hasn't been regarded as a crime that could occur between spouses.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was just like a non-entity, just something that was just like out of the question.
Yeah.
And then that poses the question. It's like, okay, so that it wasn't a crime, so does that mean that like those rapes never occurred?
Like imagine we had a similar conversation where it was like, look, yeah, technically the husband was forcing himself on his wife, but it's technically not rape. It's probably like forced sex or whatever, but it's not rape, and you're having the identical argument about that with with I guess what's the opposite of poly people? Uniperson. So
Yeah, with Sansol, or I mean, even to an extent, Lonerbox.
Well, that was the exact argument that Lonerbox was having with poly
Yeah.
people. Yeah, because he was perfectly willing to accept there was trans erasure going on. He was perfectly willing to accept the consequences of all these policies, but the term genocide, why? Well, because the UN Security Council is. Ooh, that's that guy's gonna kill me, isn't he? Oh yeah, he is. There he is. Okay, sorry. As you were saying.
Yeah. So. And so then that gets to the punishment for the crime, and then you say like, well, it's bad that like the spouse has abused their significant other, but are you really just going to call all forms of are you just going to call like all forms of sexual misconduct rape then? It's kind of like the incredulity that sort of gets engaged with this topic, where it's like, oh, are you going to call? This seemed to like come up, yeah, because I think Lonerbox brought it up and Sonsol brought up like, oh, are you just going to call all forms of oppression that ever occurred to a group of
Genocide,
people
yeah.
genocide? Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's that element of incredulity of it, and I think the really key thing that makes it like unacceptable for people in that framework to accept the terminology genocide is the fact that a crime has to be punished, and if the crime collectively implicates a large swath of society all at once into like a single quote unquote criminal project, then it's impossible for somebody who just thinks of this in terms of a crime to contemplate the administration of the punishment of like such a wide section of society that they don't that it's difficult for them to either see them as complicit or just the sheer practicality of like administrating punishment in some way becomes like so horrifying that therefore we can't call it genocide because that would be calling for the punishment of all these people.
I mean,
because genocide isn't something that can be accomplished by a single person. Like it implicates. If you're just thinking of it as a crime, it implicates so many people, and it demands a punishment.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of how you rate these horrors, relatively speaking, I don't think that's determined by like the criminal analogy necessarily. I think we default to that because we're taking a disinterested stance of kind of litigating it as a third party who's unaffected.
Right.
And what you aren't. Where'd my cloth go? Can you pass me that cloth right there? Thank you. Sorry about that. You're not looking at this as like, oh, this is a party that's doing something very bad, and this is the victim group. You're looking at it as two ideologically equal complainants, and you're trying to find like as the enlightened centrist how they can get along. Because neither of their both of their complaints are silly, is the implication there. And again, like this is why once again, Lonerbox's conduct was at issue, not his position on the argument, because nobody really cared if he ultimately determined that it was a genocide by his own lights. The issue is that he was making it so that people who were pointing out that something that they think is a genocide is taking place, that they look silly.
Yeah, the flippancy of it, yeah.
The flippancy, the attempt to TOS bait her and sort of showing his hand where he personally thinks she's a crazy violence monger as well. That was that was something else entirely. But like that's basically it. Nobody was demanding that he agree that it's a genocide. People were
and yet he pretended as if that was the issue.
People were astonished. I was actually very explicit about this in my interactions with him. Which, by the way, like just the bare fact that they were with me and not with any of the other larger figures who were directly impacted by this is weird by itself, to put it politely. Yeah. Because he was also talking to Doe. Like at any point, he could have had a conversation with Doe that would have been perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, I didn't even know about that until recently.
Yeah. It's just gross. It's just really disappointing, especially since again, like the only reason why Doe was helping with prepping me for that conversation, which didn't amount to her loading me with arguments. I'll get used to that at some point. It loading me with arguments, sort of secretly, so that it could debate with Loner Box without him knowing. It literally just amounted to like, hey, here, I'll help you break down the different parts of the debate so that you know what you're dealing with and you're not scrambling to kind of wrap your mind around hours and hours of stream debates on top of like the complexities of the issue itself. Yeah. My arguments were my own. So it was just frustrating. I'm just kind of astonished, especially given like the amount of good faith he was given, even by poly people in that conversation where that took place. She was extraordinarily polite with him.
Yeah, considering
she didn't have to be.
First conversation went. Yeah,
like even during the first conversation, I don't think she said a single unkind thing to him.
No, nothing out of turn. But what I was going to you kind of were starting to lead into where I was kind of going with it was that it does kind of become like this sort of like arbitration between like two ridiculous parties, and what was kind of like what struck me as like really kind of funny and absurd about it was that the liberal will be really incredulous and just worried and just like concern troll about like, well, if you say it's a genocide, then that means that what are you going to do? Throw all Republicans in jail or something? And then simultaneously, when we think about how very large demographics of people are brutalized and incarcerated for far, far lesser, just petty crimes, and the vast systemic and social consequences of that practice, at which none of these people would really bat an eye, and yet suddenly they're concerned about this this hypothetical collective punishment that A, nobody's really calling for in the first place, and B, wouldn't even be practical anyway, and C is besides the point, because the whole point of recognizing it as a genocide isn't to punish it, but to prevent or to stop it, first and foremost. You know, it's like the punishment is what you do after you've stopped it, or if you know it's already happened despite your best efforts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which really shows that these people they're sort of like perversely incentivized to treat it with this incredulity and flippancy, including somebody like Lonerbox, who should know better. But I think tragically he's just sort of succumbed to like, you know, these perverse incentives that he has from his political position and his position as a content creator.
Yeah, and I think again, like, in terms of like fluidity,
not that he's like a uniquely bad guy or anything, you know. Like I would expect.
Well, no, it's not that he's uniquely bad. What's disappointing is that we thought he was uniquely good. Like, he was actually being given
Yeah.
like a tremendous amount of respect by being treated in this way. People legitimately thought like he could just be reasoned with.
But we should have seen it coming from like a run-of-the-mill social democrat, basically, is what we learned.
Not even necessarily. I think, for example, there are a few people I know who are sort of SOCDEM-like or SOCDEMs explicitly, and they'd have a perfectly reasonable conversation. I think this is purely an ego thing.
Mm. Yeah, that is definitely an element of
Like,
it.
not again, like, oh, my voice cracked there. Not like it's not like a cartoon villain or something like that, but it was just, it was typical, like, juvenile, just showing his, it was just showing his hand. Like, at the end of the day, a lot of these people, because here's the thing, I think a lot of people, who entrench themselves as, like, on the side of minority groups early on, they bought the same bullshit as a lot of conservatives did. They just made the opposite bet. So, yeah, the SJWs, they're controlling everything.
I'm on the good side.
I'll be on the good side, but they don't actually care. And that's sort of brought to bear by the fact that, like, well, I mean, it's look, trans stuff is disturbing. There's no way around it. It's viscerally disturbing. You're talking about people having horrific psychological relationships with their bodies, with using like surgical and hormonal treatments to adjust them. It's disturbing. It's really creepy. It takes a lot of work to like understand the necessity of it, to understand like the logic behind like the things people do, and a lot of it's messy and a lot of it's like relatively new as well. So when people jump on that very early on, one of two things is going on. Either they're really ahead of the current, they're directly, or not one of two things, one of three things, I think. They're directly impacted, and so they have a particular reason to have like a different attitude towards the thing. Or they're just saying something, right?
Just reacting, yeah.
Well, it's like, it's exactly like what Sansol does. Like, hey, no, I'm super pro trans. It's like, really?
Yeah.
Because you had some debates with what's this?
There was even a funnier example. There was an even, if you can believe it, there was actually an even more craven example of what Sansol was up to. I won't say this guy's name. He doesn't warrant any real attention coming his way. But there was a guy who talked to Poly People. I think it was yesterday.
Oh, you're talking about that Will doofus.
Yeah.
He's an idiot. I don't know what else to say to him.
Just transparently opportunist.
Well, he's.
I think his retort to like, well, you know, what makes you think that you're like a trans ally or whatever? And his like credentials were like, I went to Pride Parade like 3 times or something. that was
Look,
big.
Will is I think possibly a teenager who just views Chud logic and wants to be him really badly. And that's all there is to it, and I feel a little bit bad for the guy.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like Sonsol's an actual piece of shit. Like, I've seen some of the stuff he's been up to. Will is just kind of a dumb kid who thinks everything he does is ingenious. So I don't know what else to say.
So you think there's like a deeper level in the vet that work there, naivete that's at work there?
I don't think it makes anything better.
Right.
But like he's not like a jaded Chud logic type. He's just kind of dumb.
Mm-hmm. And hot under the collar.
I don't even think he's hot under the collar. I just think he's just kind of he's LARPing. Like he's one of these people who thinks like being cynical is being smart. Mm-hmm. And so long as he's being cynical, he's being smart, and that's about it. Like even people in Chud's circle like laugh at the guy because he's completely in over his head. But he thinks it's just like, oh, I just gotta do X, Y, and Z, and then I'll be a super successful rich streamer like Chud Logic.
Mm-hmm.
Good God. But
We're talking about aspirations to have in life.
Chud Logic is not rich, by the way. That's the joke. I'm not saying stuff about him. Yeah, it's just bad. I'm gonna let somebody else on because we've got a bit of a lineup.
Yeah, sure.
But nice.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I had. But yeah.
Yeah. Nice talking to you again.
Yep. Sure. Anytime.
Yeah. Take care.
Yep.
All right. Who have we got next? Oh, we had Mark. Hey, how you doing? You got that working? Mark, are you there? Hello, hello?
Hello, hello.
Hey. Did you get your audio sorted?
All right, Tess, I have stolen my wife's microphone. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, so there was 3 questions that I had. Destiny, trans people, and academia. Any preference as to where we start?
Not veganism.
Not veganism. Okay, so let's start with the boring topic first, Destiny. Okay, so I am a PhD student in political science, and I kind of casually follow the online politics world. And I remember, and I would consider myself a casual fan of Destiny. So I remember hearing a lot of his arguments about how all of these professors are getting fired by woke universities, and I thought they were really, really bad. And then I heard your response to Destiny, and I agreed with you. I thought President Sunday knows what's up. I then heard I watched your video about Destiny being a, quote, pussy, not debating you, and I thought, yeah, it does kind of seem that way. But then I saw a clip of you online where you said Destiny's primary motive is financial interest. You were hovering your cursor around his subscriber count, and you were saying, it's all about this, it's all about this. And I am, I guess, not so sold on that last step. In fact, I think at least some earlier events in his streaming career might provide evidence to the contrary. But I guess I wanted to know your thoughts on why you think it is that he's just primarily driven by self-interest, as opposed to self-interest being one motivation, but genuinely he wants to, hear a different perspective, and he sees himself as somebody who can bridge ideological divides.
Okay, let's move on to 2.
Okay, question number 2 is, so it used to be far more common, I'll phrase it like this. So a lot of people who advocate for transgender rights have kind of co-opted born this way language from the LGB rights movement. And you see this a lot both in popular circles and in academic circles. And I think a lot of older research, for example, there used to be a lot of research about, for example, finding that the brains of trans people in many ways better align with those associated with the gender with which they identify versus their biological sex. But recently, people who identify as, I'll phrase it like this: to what degree do you think that people who identify as transgender, do you think it is born this way, so to speak, or do you think it's in part driven by social environment, like, for example, religious identification, or do you think it's both?
It can be both or one or the other, depending on the person. I mean, it's always going to be social to some extent because, like, the gender categories that we come socially equipped with are themselves, like, socially conditioned. So.
Right. I would guess that the percentage of people who, among people who identify as transgender, that many years ago, a higher percentage of them probably did so maybe for some underlying physiological reason, there's some underlying physiological reason why there's an incongruence there. But now I would imagine it's because of like growing online communities. And I'm not necessarily saying this that it's bad, but I think that what frustrates me is that a lot of people, rather than owning it like a Chad, I think a lot of people will hand wave away growing trans identification using born this way rhetoric, when in reality, I think it's the upsurge in trans identification, particularly among youth. I think Pew Research Center estimates it as at about 5% among Gen Z adults identify as trans. And I think that people hand wave that away as, oh, people are born this way, when in reality, I think the percentage of people who identify trans who do so because of environmental reasons is probably increasing. What do you think?
I haven't seen many people insist on born this way accounts of it. Maybe you've had a different experience. Why does that offend you specifically?
I don't know if I would use the word offend. I just would rather people characterize it accurately, and I feel like that.
Well, I mean, like,
I feel like that a lot of people. Sure.
as far as like born this way rhetoric is concerned, are you talking about like when people say I knew there was something off since I was a very young child, or are you talking about people giving like an actual like academic account of people are trans from birth, it's a genetic thing?
Right. So I could I provide an example of that?
Yeah.
Sure. So, for example, I'm very embedded on academic Twitter, and when Pew Research Center released their, I guess, survey data of transgendered youth among Gen Z, a lot of academics were quote tweeting these results, and they were saying, "Remember, we cannot say that there are more transgender people. Instead, the number of transgender people is probably could very well have remained the same," which true, right? And instead, this is a result of increasing visibility of people feeling comfortable identifying like who they truly are, so forth. So like that would be one example.
Sure. I mean that's true though, because it's not like society was neutral on them. They were being sterilized prior to this.
Mm-hmm.
Trans people
Correct.
were being
So
sterilized for the past 100 or so years. It's still actually
Correct.
a condition
So I
of
definitely agree.
yeah, it's still actually a condition of transition procedures in a lot of places that you have to get them in such an order as you are unable to reproduce before you can complete the process, or before you can complete the ensemble of processes
Right.
that are undertaking to transition socially. Yeah.
Right. My view is I think it's a both and, where I think there are a lot of people who are genuinely transgender, and through some combination of feeling free to identify as such, and also just having the language to describe their experience of gender, they're now that is in part contributing to the rise in transgender identification. But I also think there's probably a large and growing social element too, which I guess is fine. But I wish that people wouldn't hand wave that away.
What are they hand waving away into what end precisely? Like, what are you getting at?
Sure. I think that when you talk about gender, when you talk about transgender identity not being a given, but instead being a product of something that's um, like a product of society, I think a lot of people don't like that, because I think it opens up some problematic questions, such as, for example, if people just are transgender, then we can consider studies that find that, for example, reduce discrimination or access to gender-affirming care, reduce suicidality or mental health outcomes. We can consider that a treatment effect. However, if it is the case that certain social conditions can make somebody trans versus alternative social conditions, in alternative social conditions they could be happy being cisgender, then we might consider being transgender a treatment versus those studies I just described being moderating effects. Therefore we may... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, not exactly, right? Like, the assumption that people are not born this way is precisely what makes us able to coherently talk about people being transgender in the first place, because obviously what's being stated, among other things, is that your genital set that you're born with. First of all, there's two different things here going on, as well as many other things. There's body dysmorphia, which is one thing, or body dysphoria, and then there's whether or not the organs that you are born with dictates where you most appropriately fit into society and how you ought to dress, how you ought to act, what kind of careers you ought to pursue, etc., etc. Arguing that, how do I want to put this? I don't see a problem, regardless of the source of it, with pointing out that despite the fact that you have a society that is slotting people into these categories, a lot of people simply don't fit these categories, or they more accurately fit the opposite category from that which they are slotted into. Like I'm just not sure I understand exactly what the problem is specifically. Like you say, like, I guess that's okay that there's a bunch of people that are coming out as trans because of social conditions that maybe either made them realize that they were trans all along, or made them potentially even psychologically develop such that they became trans either way, or they came to identify as trans either way, and that these are contingent on historical events that might have been otherwise. Like, okay, sure, it's plausible. But you treat this as if this presents some kind of inconvenient problematization of the issue, and it's not clear to me why that is.
Sure. Okay. So I'll phrase it like this: if it is the case that people using some of this dated brain in the wrong body rhetoric are for some physiological reason transgender, then the fact that they're transgender is fixed, and all we have to go on is, given this fact that people are transgender and trans people have worse than average mental health outcomes, what can we do about that, right? And we have all of these studies showing that the ability to transition, or that just basically not being a dick, is associated with improved mental health outcomes. However, if it is the case that whether somebody being transgender is not exclusively physiologically determinative, but in other instances, some people who given different social circumstances could be happy as cisgender, but because of how, like, the social circumstances are now transgender, then we can talk about, well, is having a society that is causing more people to identify as being transgender, is being transgender itself a treatment effect that worsens mental health outcomes?
No, hang on. You got it kind of backwards there. So, like,
oh, okay.
Having a situation in which a person would be happy with being quote-unquote cisgender is one in which society is reoriented so that the gender attributions are shifted themselves to match the person. So that, for example, we now, we use the word men, but we're describing what we now describe as women, and vice versa. So that trans women would be more comfortable identifying as men under that scenario, and vice versa with respect to trans, did I say trans women or trans men in the first place? You know what I mean?
Sure.
But, like, obviously, like, the issue isn't the words, right? The issue is what's being loaded into them. Being trans isn't a treatment. Being trans is an identifier that is signaling that your identity is discordant with how society is actively trying to slot you into a bunch of preset, very culturally contingent gender profiles. And for some people, for instance, like, it's a simple matter of going, well, I don't identify with this one, I identify with this one. But because these things are culturally contingent, even the bare fact that there are only two, well, that's in itself sort of suspect. Like, there could be a variety of different types of profiles that take from both or include other things. That this scheme just completely completely overrides. So, yeah.
I agree with you that the collections or archetypes of social roles and expectations are in part, well, not in part, are completely socially defined, and they're both time and location variant. I'm with you on all of that. And I understand academically, right, when somebody is saying, I identify as transgender, and this was the beginning of your response to me. You said when somebody identifies they're transgender, they're conveying a discongruence between themselves in those sets of roles and expectations that themselves are socially determined, which is most associated with their biological sex. What I'm saying, so I think I am with you there. What I'm saying is that people may think that, and it's not true, right? Like implicit in your logic is that people are correct in their assessment, versus what I'm saying is that I think there are probably people for whom their assessment of whether like the set of roles and expectations that could lead them to live the most authentic, happy life, that with which they identify, or excuse me, whether they identify with that will in part depend on their social circumstances. That's what I'm arguing.
Can you restate that? You seem to switch at the last minute to a different argument. Can you say that again?
Oh, okay, sure. So while I agree with you that about the fluidity of these like gender archetypes, and I agree with you that academically transgender, all it's saying transgender is it's a signifier that you do not align with the gender archetype most associated with your biological sex. While I agree with that, I would argue that whether somebody thinks that a gender archetype is associated with their biological sex, or let me rephrase that, whether somebody is correct in their assessment that a certain gender archetype reflects themselves most authentically can be socially determined, such that there are people who would live more authentic, happy lives as cisgender, but for social reasons, they're, I don't know what colorful word you want to use, confused or deluded or whatever. I would use the same word to describe like religion into saying that, oh, I am to saying the gender roles associated with my sex don't represent me. That very statement isn't just a purely objective descriptive signifier, but instead that characterization is socially can be socially influenced.
I put the ball in your court. Could that not be the case for any number of people who express a cisgender identity?
Oh, yeah.
Why are you asking me about trans people specifically?
Sure. So I think in the case of, for example, the conversation about worse mental health outcomes associated with trans people, that if people are that we tend to take whether somebody is transgender as a given, and therefore we look to factors that can improve their mental health outcomes, such as the gender affirming, like gender affirmation or reduce discrimination. But if social circumstances can make somebody identify as transgender who otherwise would live happier and more authentically as cisgender, right? Essentially, their self-diagnosis is wrong and influenced by their environment, then we can consider being transgender a treatment into those other factors of moderating effect.
But hang on. The only reason why you can, the only way you can make yourself to that conclusion, make your way to that conclusion, is because we're treating being trans specifically as being in some sense deviant and being cis is not. We've agreed that both are historically conditioned. Why on earth are we assuming that just because people happen to find themselves easily, or at least they self-express, that they feel like more themselves when they are identified as one of these two configurations that are sort of preset, and they happen to match their biological sex or whatever. Why are we assuming that they can't be confused in precisely the same way? I mean, the science even bears out, like the studies bear out, that people who undergo transition their life outcomes are vastly better than people who are forced not to.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, especially since like
But is that a treatment effect or a moderating effect?
That's a treatment effect.
It's only a treatment effect if being transgender is fixed. If being transgender isn't fixed, then it's a
No,
moderating effect,
no,
which is fine.
no.
Go ahead.
Hang on. So the reason why people seek out treatment is because they have negative symptoms associated with not matching either where they're being socially situated because of their biological features, or because they have like actual dysphoria with respect to their bodies themselves. They are then treated for this, and their rates of suicidality and mental illness plummet.
I know I'm agreeing with you on that.
Right.
I'm trying to argue that that's a moderating effect, and I think your previous statement was kind of presupposing your position. You're saying they're being treated for issues that are associated
just
with
help
disequilibrium.
me.
I'm sorry.
Maybe you already explained this. What do you mean by a moderating effect again?
Oh, sure, a dimension by which treatment effects are heterogeneous. So, like for example, you could say that. Just to give like a silly political science example, I know you'll appreciate. You could say partisans tend to adopt the positions associated with political elites in their party. So the cues given by political elites are a treatment effect, where a moderating effect is the frequency of the reception of those elite cues, where those who receive elite cues more are more likely to experience the treatment than those who receive the cues less. So I'm saying that a dimension by which by which treatment effects are heterogeneous is everything you're saying. I'm not going to disagree with a single study about the benefits of a gender affirmation and like the benefits of not being a dick to somebody. What I'm saying is that is a moderating effect, not a treatment effect. The treatment effect, I would argue for some people, not everybody, but for some people and a growing number of people, is being trans when they otherwise could be happy not being trans, and that being kind of socially.
Well, no. Being trans is something that is diagnosed. That's not being trans isn't a state that people opt into, right? Like being trans is the diagnosed situation of not matching your social or physical gender identity. They're all social, but like you get what I mean. It's not an identity you sort of opt into. You can opt into expressing it, but the things that signify that somebody is trans, those are discovered either by a person reflecting on themselves and having experiences that match, that indicate to them that the social role in which they're being pigeonholed by their physical characteristics is inappropriate, or through like speaking to a doctor or whatever. But typically it's the former, and then the latter sort of helps them figure out what to do next.
Right, but what I am arguing is that so let's say like being ontologically trans is somebody for whom that disequilibrium exists. We don't have access to somebody's minds, just like we don't have access to whether somebody's religious identification. I don't mean like metaphysically somebody's talking to God. I just mean like I can tell you, for example, like I'm Catholic, but you don't know in my head if I think I'm Catholic. You only have access to my self-assessment. So we might say, okay, ontologically, you and I may agree that trans people exist, but we try to approximate that fact of the matter imperfectly. And what I'm saying is that the number of people, I'm saying the number of false positives has probably grown over time, in that. Yeah, well, I'm arguing that the number of false positives has probably grown over time, such that people think that there's that disequilibrium, but they're wrong.
On what evidence?
Sure, on the fact that I think it's more likely that, it's kind of a Bayesian argument. Okay, sure. So let me lay it on you. So it's unobserved. So all we can say, because we can't observe this outcome, is what facts of our reality are more expected under each hypothesis.
Okay,
so when we dig into, for example, Gallup data or Pew data, and we see that between 3 to 5% of Gen Z identifies as I'm sorry.
Yeah. So Mark, what I'm fishing for when I ask you for evidence is not for a sentence that begins with "it's unobserved."
Sure, but we can still, in the absence of being able to observe outcomes, we can still make probabilistic statements. So, for example, there's a lot of research now about for example, I study religion, and there used to be a lot of research about how the amount of people who identified as Christian was overestimated compared to the actual number of people who are Christian because people feel some sort of pressure to identify as religious on surveys. So just because we can't observe what's in people's heads doesn't mean that we, as scholars, can't make efforts.
What do you suppose is the vector by which these false positives are increasing in number?
Okay, so you don't want me to answer the earlier question about evidence. You just want me to describe the causal mechanism, because this is a different question.
Yes.
Do you want the evidence or do you want the causal mechanism? I'll give you either.
The evidence isn't there. You're going to make an inference based on the number itself.
Correct. So
that's not evidence. What I'm asking for is evidence. I'm asking for something specifically that would lead an objective party to your conclusion, not for reasons that give you specifically a suspicion. Because we can unpack that forever. What I'm asking is, okay, let's set that aside. Since you clearly have, like, a robust set of ideas about this, by what mechanism do you suppose that these false positives are proliferating?
Sure. I would say through social.
Don't do
essentially
it.
through social
Don't
networks.
Do it. Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, I knew you were going there. Right. I'll tell you what, buddy. Yeah. I know. We've been down the social contagion route already before. I'll tell you what. If you want to have like a more extended conversation about this, write this out so we have more clarity, and we can talk about this through text.
Okay.
That would be ideal. Okay.
Can I DM you on Twitter? How would you prefer me to reach out to you?
Well, we're talking on Discord now, so you can even have this. Hell, if you can do it civilly, have this conversation in philosophy. It'll take the burden off me a little bit, but I can address it as well.
Okay, can we punctuate this with a yes or no question that I can ask you?
Sure.
Okay, since you're a political science PhD, correct?
No.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask, when you do, if you do data analysis, do you prefer Stata or Python?
Oh, I hate computers.
All right, man. I appreciate you having me on.
Have a good night.
All right, you too.
Hey, Somnia Static, how are you? Okay, guys, if you're waiting in the stream guest thing, don't all have your mics turned off. Somnio, are you there? You're on stream. Hello, hello. Alright, I'm gonna bring in Sirius, then you'll come on next. Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes, how are you? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I'm gonna take that as a no. Alright, Somnio. I can't hear you, so you're something's going on.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Alright, we're bringing on Sirius.
Hello?
Hey.
Let me... Oh, hello? Hello?
Hello, hello.
Hi! Oh my god. Okay. I wanted to talk about something, but now all I want to do is go over what the last guy was saying, because I fucking hate everything that he was saying. Specifically with respect to like Born This Way and like all these different things that he's very wrong about. So I'm gonna do you mind if I just like
knock yourself out?
Yeah. So okay. So the reason I care so much about this is because I'm actually I've actually been looking into this a lot as a byproduct of some other research I'm doing on intersex persons. And one of the things that is really super relevant to intersex people in particular is basically gender socialization.
Yeah.
So, God, how do I explain this? Basically, whether or not like environmental factors have something to do with being trans, and they definitely do. The thing is that they're not, the environmental factors that lead to being trans are not well understood, to the point that it doesn't seem like you can ever reliably like induce a person into a specific gender.
Yeah.
And the reason that we know this is because for years people have been trying to do this.
Well, this came up in the Adam and Sitch conversation when you were talking about conversion therapy.
Yeah. So, but like, so this is the thing, is that basically a long time ago, this guy, not a long time ago, I don't actually remember how long ago, but there was this guy, his name was Dr. Money, okay?
Yeah.
And he was, basically what happened is that some poor kid had a botched circumcision.
Yeah.
And what Dr. Money thought in his infinite wisdom was,
you could just make this person into a woman, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
In his infinite wisdom, this person was reassigned, like had their gender reassigned to like female.
Yeah.
And then what ended up like, and basically there were only ever glowing reports from Dr. Money about the success of this. And what it ended up doing, and just to be clear, this is often trotted out as like an anti-trans talking point.
No, it's actually the opposite.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's the exact opposite, which is that you cannot. It doesn't seem to be at all reliable to try and like make people fit into specific categories. Like they're just you just have no idea what operates internally that makes somebody identify with a given category of person, right? So, but anyway, the point is that he didn't really report any of the bad stuff, and only reported all of the good. Like, it basically just fudged his entire project. But you know, nobody knew that, and this guy was super respected. So what ended up happening is that his research had a huge impact, but not on transgender research. It's actually like his stuff on transgender research is very minimal. Like he coined the distinction between sex and gender, and that's about it. Like nothing he has done really has any effect on trans people in terms of like any of the research he's done. However, his research has had an outsized effect on intersex persons. So basically what happened as a result of his experiment was people took it to mean, also just to be clear, he did this on one person, right? Yeah. So even if it was a rousing success, it would have been sample size of one, right? Yeah. But what ended up happening anyway is that people were like, oh, so we can just assign people to whatever gender or whatever sex specifically we want, because the idea then would be, so that, like, sorry, I was not prepared to talk about this, but I need to talk about this because of all the fucking misinformation that this guy was spreading, right? So what ended up happening is that this policy was taken and applied to intersex people. Mm-hmm. And since then, the standard practice for like a baby born intersex, or at least born with ambiguous genitalia, has been to perform what's called normalizing surgery, which is to say that their genitals are made to be more in line with one sex or the other. Yeah. And which one is chosen is literally up to the doctor. like the doctor like makes a decision and then like constructs the genitals such that they are more in line with that archetype.
Mm-hmm.
And so, for one, I think that like when people say like assigned sex, you know,
Yeah.
it literally does in some cases.
Oh yeah,
mean
we're not talking
sex.
about someone like looking and seeing a penis or a vagina and then saying, yeah,
Yeah.
it's a boy or a girl. No, they're literally choosing which
Yes,
they will have.
exactly.
Yeah, in that case.
And to the extent that if you are sufficiently ambiguous, they will make you fit into a category.
Yeah.
Like, I think the estimate was like before 2000, like 1 in every. God, okay, hold on. I don't want to spread misinformation on this. I have the number. I think it was 1 in every 2,000 children had non-consensual gender normalizing operations.
Really?
Yes. Well, before 2000.
Is that correlative to the number of intersex children, or?
Well, it's the number of intersex children who have ambiguous genitalia. Because not all intersex conditions.
Yeah, I know. No, sometimes it's just you have both chromosomes and you're presenting as female.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like sometimes there's just like not necessarily like sometimes there is no need for quote unquote need for surgery in the eyes of the doctor because there's not sufficient ambiguity. And also to be clear, some surgeries on intersex people are necessary very early, not like because of other reasons that have nothing to do with like cosmetics, right?
Yeah.
But the point is that because we've had all of this shit, we actually have like, you know, people who were assigned specific genders as children, like based on like the clinician's own personal, I don't know, like how he was feeling that day. And,
yeah, right. And so when we're talking about, for example, one of these kids saying that they identify with quote unquote the opposite gender from their sex, that gets very weird because what their sex was ultimately selected for them arbitrarily by a physician.
Hold on just a second.
Sure.
Hello?
Hey.
I should sound better now.
You do. What'd you do?
I changed my microphone. It was, for some reason, it was coming from my webcam instead of my actual microphone.
Yeah, that's happened to me a few times.
Yeah. But anyway, but yeah, basically, you know, if it were the case that we could reliably induce people's gender to be a certain way,
yeah,
you would expect that intersex patients who are literally raised from birth to be a specific gender based on the clinician's own feelings would have like nominal rates of gender dysphoria, but that's not what we see. What we see is a hugely elevated amount of gender dysphoria, and it's not consistent across different conditions, but for like KAH, it's like as high as 20%, and then I read it could be as high as like 63% in some conditions. Like, so again, this isn't to like say that environmental factors have no influence, because they definitely do. But whatever influence they do have is not well understood. And it's not like this clear relationship between like if you're just like given specific girl items or boy items, and it's not even like if you have your genitals constructed a certain way. There's like something going on beyond that we don't really understand, and as a result, it seems really strange to postulate that an increase in the number of people identifying as trans has to be due to this environmental like pressure when we have no concept even of like what environmental pressures actually create this internal psychological.
Yeah, well, where he was coming from was.
Oh, sorry. Somebody in the chat. It says KH. It's not KH. It's CAH. Congenital adrenal hyperplasia. Sorry. Anyway,
where that guy was coming from was. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Trans people have, you know, inordinate levels of suicidality and mental illness, right? So obviously we have to stop them from being trans, because he's treating that as like the variable thing.
Yeah.
Which on like a certain population level it is, but we're talking an individual level. No, it's a description of the particular that we have before us that we're considering.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there seems, again, like, just to be clear, like, this would be completely unactionable because there is no reliable way of, even if we wanted to, there just doesn't seem to be like a reliable method of actually doing the thing that he wants.
Yeah. So, what he's doing though is he's like, okay, trans people have like a large amount of suicidality. Mm-hmm. He's making a weird move. He's granting that. He's granting that being trans and not getting treatment increases levels of suicidality, which is in favor of transitioning treatment.
Mm-hmm.
But he's treating being trans in a robust sense as if that's the result of a social contagion. So that's why it was kind of bewildering me for a little bit, because he was making a very bizarre move. Because typically how it goes is trans people have a large amount of suicidality, and that's because of the treatments, because they are being treated as if they are trans, not the opposite, which is they are not receiving treatment because they are trans. So I was like, okay, hang on a second. Where's this guy going with this? But he's making a weirdly incoherent acceptance of like the consequences of not receiving treatment as a trans person, and then treating the fact of being trans as itself also purely the result of I guess unhealthy interventions on your development.
Yeah. And also, like, another thing that he was really slippery about was, like, in the beginning of the conversation, he was like, well, it's totally fine if more people are identifying as trans based on environmental factors. But then he switched, like, midway through the conversation, or just, like, in general, kind of flip-flopped on whether or not they were, like, even actually trans. Like, he said, he said that people who were quote unquote born trans were like genuinely trans. Mm-hmm. And then he started saying that people who come to be trans because of environmental factors are false positives. Like,
yep.
I don't know. He was being completely dishonest about his actual opinion, because like, it's clear that like what he's saying is that, like he's proposing like these hypothetical people who, I don't know, like he's in a way, buying into the essentialist line of, there's just like, I don't know, when you're born, there's like this, there's this determination about what gender you need to be. And then, like people who become trans based on environmental reasons are like straying away from that specific archetype that they should be fulfilling, like the idea that there's just like, I don't know, I keep calling it telos. I don't know if there's a better word for it, but like it's this idea that there is just a way things should be, and that like there's like things have their natural end, and we need to facilitate people fulfilling this natural end. I don't know, but yeah.
I mean, that's one way you can go with it. The main problem though is just that he's pathologizing trans people as a category.
I know.
And he wasn't being upfront about that. So.
And just to be clear,
maybe one thing I would suggest for you is like maybe not to say that being trans is quote unquote diagnosed, because I know that I know what you mean by that, right? It's like,
well, not being trans is diagnosed. The signifiers of being trans in this particular case, where they are not the result of a personal avowal, are diagnosed or self-diagnosed. Because you were talking about self-diagnosis at this point, right?
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, it because again,
be more careful about the medicalizing language. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is actually I don't know if you mind. I'm going to keep talking about intersex research, because this is all I've been researching for like the past few months, and I really need to talk about it.
Go for it.
To somebody, right? So this is one of the things that's plaguing intersex research right now, is that in 2006 there was this convention where a bunch of physicians came together, and they were like, okay, we're going to redo intersex classifications because they're not helpful. Like, intersex is a bad term, and like there are other bad terms like hermaphroditism and like pseudo hermaphroditism, which, like, to be clear, those are stigmatizing terms. So basically what ended up happening after this 2006 convention is that a consensus paper was made. And what it said was that it reclassified the like intersex people as having disorders of sexual development. So all things that were previously intersex or hermaphrodites or whatever, they're now subsumed under what's called disorders of sexual development. And it was thought that like this was actually like better. Like this is a better term to describe intersex people, because it's more scientifically valid or something. I don't know. And then they also failed to ban gender normalizing surgeries at this conference. Like, they're not banned, like, to this day, at least not in most countries, and they are still the standard practice to this day. But they had time instead to like recategorize people from intersex to DSD, or disorders of sexual development. And it's like, you can see, I think, the move here, which is to say that they're now like, they want to make explicit the idea that deviation from the sexual binary is disordered, that it's like something that needs to be corrected. And even so, like, it almost seems like it's a reaction to like try and stop people from like advocating intersex rights. And basically my research has been about like, okay, now that these new terms, like now that there's this dichotomous term split, what are the people who use one term actually saying and advocating for, versus what are the people who are using intersex advocating for and actually saying? And like, is it true that DSD like is a better term? And like, does it affect, or does it seem to be correlated with specific ways of thinking about intersex people? Yeah, that's what I've been doing for the past few months.
Oh, it's very interesting. Are you going to do a video essay on this?
I don't know. I'm gonna write some. I'm doing this for an independent study, so I have to produce a paper on it. I don't know. The problem is that if I produce a paper on it and then it like gets put onto like an undergraduate journal or something, or like maybe
there's rights issues.
Yeah, it's also like I would be worried about people trying to track me down, like somebody who's sufficiently motivated. And like I use like specific figures from this kind, like
That's
from
fair.
the study.
That's fair.
Like,
I mean, I would be interested to see you comment on this nonetheless. But
I would like to, and
in a way in which you're not like outing yourself academically, that'd be smart.
And the thing is though, is that like when I do something like that, I want to make it a broader thing, because like when you're doing a study, or when I don't want to call it a study because like I'm an undergrad, I'm not doing like whatever. Point is that when you're doing a paper, you have to, you generally can't like subsume everything under it. So I have to specifically focus on the language element. And if I wanted to do a video on this, I would want to have a broader discussion. Like in my paper, I can't go over like the intricacies of the 2006 convention and talk about like all these details because it's not going to be relevant enough for me to justify covering it. But in a video, I would want to cover that and like maybe take the whole lineage of intersex normalization surgery from, you know, Dr. Money all the way to the present and how it's still in use, how it's still justified by a lot of clinicians, how like that's the thing is that
have you reached out to Ambrose about this stuff?
Ambrose,
you know, the server
I don't
owner?
think I don't know if I've ever talked to Ambrose before.
You should talk to Ambrose. He's very knowledgeable and stuff like this.
And yeah, I don't know, like, yeah. Anyway, that's why I had a lot of strong opinions about what the previous person was saying.
I did too. I was just trying to figure out what exactly he was saying to begin with. I didn't have the benefit of hindsight at the time. It was. I almost, for a brief second, like especially at the end of the Python thing, I was like, "Is this Dave?"
Well, he was asking you about data analysis programs, but like it doesn't seem like you were doing like were you doing?
I think the implication would be that I'm not in a place to competently reflect upon the likelihood of false positives at like a large scale populational level.
Yeah, that was more or less what he was trying to.
It
seemed to me like that's what he was trying to insinuate, was that like, oh, this loser doesn't even know R and Stata and or Stata
So the problem though is that even if he had these to produce, discrepancies in the data are not themselves evidence of a specific explanation. That's something that stands in need of an explanation.
Yeah.
So it was literally pointless.
Yeah, it was, but it was just a power play on his part. But I think that, you know, you answered it well by just saying you hate computers. Anyway, so sorry that for all that. The actual thing I wanted to talk about coming on here was not that. It's just that like I needed to talk about that because I don't want the audience to come away thinking that anything that he said was correct.
What did you actually want to talk about?
What I actually wanted to talk about was a recent conversation you had with somebody. You
don't say
uploaded it, not Sunsol. Anavar.
Oh, that's worse.
Why?
Oh, nothing. It wasn't a bad conversation. It's just.
Is Anavar in like drama right now?
No.
Oh.
Continue.
So okay, sorry. I Sorry, I'm confused.
That's okay.
Okay, wait. So, okay, what I wanted to talk about was the Dark Triad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I alluded to this a little bit in chat when it was actually happening, but I have like pretty Chariot in chat has me pegged. Yes, it's about like I want to talk about the Dark Triad, and specifically I want to talk about why I think personality typologies like this are bad.
I agree.
And specifically the Dark Triad, because like even calling it the Dark Triad and like how Anavar
forget the fact that it's called the Dark Triad. One of them is literally called Machiavellianism. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, look, you can speak to that being like bad.
No, I'm not even talking about just the use of that term. Like, oh, that's not what Machiavelli did. I'm literally saying like what is being indicated there is like, oh, here's a pattern of activities. It's okay. You're gonna use this as a profile of a person's psychology. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and like to your point, there's also like a more technical problem, which is that studies have like there doesn't seem to be like a very well-defined difference between the Machiavellian scale and the psychopathy scale in psychological studies. At least that's what I read. And I can maybe send those later. But
sure.
Point is that so first of all, there are like within psychology, there are technical problems with it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And even like broader than that, I don't like the stigmatization of these kinds of traits because
like
I don't.
These are the monster personalities. These are the bad guys.
Exactly. And the thing that like ends up happening is like when Anavor was talking about it, is it she? Does she use she her pronouns?
I think so.
Yeah. When she started to talk about like this, and she was talking about the differences between conservatives and liberals, or like conservatives and leftists, or rightists and leftists, in terms of their quote unquote like dark triad traits, like what was most prominent. She said that leftists were disproportionately narcissistic and conservatives were disproportionately psychopathic. And like immediately what she did after that was, well, like, well, with narcissism, narcissists, they don't actually like, it's actually the least dark of the three. And, they actually still have effective empathy, but like, they're not like the psychopaths. Like the psychopaths, they don't have empathy. That's like the bad one that you don't want to have. And narcissism is the good one, like the better one to have, right? Like immediately started to like try and rank them as, in terms of like which one is better or which one is worse. And, like kind of in like, I like basically feeding into the stigmatization of these like conditions, because like it is subclinical, like by definition, or at least by what the test makers or the typology makers say, but it's still I think really puts the wrong impression on the public, which is that if somebody does something bad, you can like look at their psychology and say, oh, it's because they're like genetically an evil person, right? And this was another thing that she was getting at, which is like, personality. Like she made a bunch of different things, which is that personality doesn't change much throughout life, which, as far as I'm aware, is true. Like it doesn't seem to change much throughout life. But then from that, she goes, okay, personality doesn't change throughout life. And then this dark triad typology accurately describes people's personalities.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
And then once that's established, well, some like conservatives like are psychopathic according to the dark triad thing. So like what's the conclusion out of that? It's clearly, well, conservatives, they're conservative because like they have the conservatism gene, they're psychopaths. That makes them conservative, like empathy, like a lack of empathy makes you conservative.
Yep.
Or whatever, right?
Yep.
Like this
Yep.
complete. And like the reason I want to push back on this is because already like it's so common in discourse, in just like the public discourse, to equate psychopathy and evil, where if somebody is evil enough, they just get called a psychopath.
Mm-hmm.
Like, like it literally just means double plus bad or whatever, like whatever you always say, right?
Yep.
Like, and the same is true of sociopath. Like if you're a bad enough person, if you manipulate someone, that means you're a sociopath. Like, and the problem with this is that it stigmatizes people for not having empathy, because having empathy, it's not like people have a switch in their mind where they're just like, I'm going to turn off my empathy today.
No,
You know?
a lot of children will pick the legs off bugs, and it's just a lack of education and awareness of what it is they're doing, or even speculation about what they're doing. Because
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like some people don't ever develop that that kind of reasoning, and some people are habitually taught to ignore that kind of reasoning because of environmental factors. Like there's a reason that poverty and bad conditions can breed sociopathy, or what was called sociopathy. Sorry, I try not to use these terms because like they've both been subsumed under ASPD at this point, and I like to try and avoid the negative connotations that sociopathy has and like psychopathy has with them, right? So, but in any case, the point is that a lack of empathy can be instilled in you from an early age if you're in the right conditions, as like basically as a defense mechanism against your conditions. If you're in a harsh environment where if you care too much and get too attached, you'll die or like be severely hurt, then you learn not to get too attached.
Yeah.
And and the problem is that now what you end up with is like this society where it's super stigmatized to not have empathy, when it's really not the fault of the people who don't have it. And by being so stigmatized, they are far less likely to talk about it and try to like address it, because obviously
they're also, and you sort of hinted at this a second ago, they're being treated with a pronounced lack of empathy.
Exactly. Yeah. No. Hold on. So this is you're absolutely right. So this is something I'm actually appropriating this term from autism research, but I think it fits here. So there's this thing in autism research called the double empathy problem.
What's the consensus? Continue.
Sorry, what's the consensus?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Continue.
Yeah.
I was making a joke.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. So the double empathy problem is this idea that when people have habitually they've habitually attributed autism and like autistic people's like lack of empathy, quote unquote, to like them not having a theory of mind, or like not being able to basically there's like some deficiency is the idea.
Yeah.
However, what the double empathy problem postulates, or at least what the researchers and like the general people who like latch onto it postulate, is that autistic people don't actually have a problem with empathy. It's just that they process things differently. And so when an autistic person like is trying to think about what other people might want, they run you run a simulation in your head, like, if I was in this position, what would I do, right? And the hypothesis with the double empathy problem is that like autistic people are just coming to different conclusions, not because there's like a deficiency, but because they just have like a different thought pattern or thought process.
I'm gonna cut you off here because we need to bring in other people. But you actually really want to talk to Ambrose, because Ambrose has actually done some really interesting work in this area.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you into contact at some point this week. But
Okay. Wait. So just can I say one last thing?
Yes.
Is that sociopathy and psychopathy and just ASPD, they're more common than you think. It's probably like 1% to 2% of the population. You probably know somebody like that, and that's not a bad thing. They can be very good people. Like, and you should make it such that people feel comfortable talking about that, because they're not bad people.
Kant would say they have the capacity to be better people than you if they totally lack empathy.
Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to maybe get into, is like, I actually sometimes it's actually in certain scenarios, it is actually much more advantageous and much better, like, for the functioning of a society or for the functioning of a given group, to have somebody who lacks empathy.
Wasn't the sense I was talking about, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, Yeah, I will leave now so that you can talk to other people. But thank you for having me on. I'm sorry that I basically just lectured at you, but
No, that's okay.
you know.
I'll be doing this tomorrow, and I'll look at it so I can come on that as well.
All right. Yeah, and put me into contact with Ambrose. So
I will do that. Take care.
All right. See ya.
See ya. All right. Next we have Jarpgar. Hello.
Hi, Mr. Sunday.
How are you doing?
It's Jarpgar. Sorry, we were having a bit of a heated thing going on there in the waiting room.
Oh,
so
sorry to pull you out. What was going on?
Oh, you're fine. Well, they had asked me whether or not I was considered myself a right winger or a left winger, and yeah, we were kind of talking about something very similar to what you talked about with Adam and Sitch.
Interesting.
But I don't really want to continue that conversation.
Thank God. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Well, I was more or less wanting to look at these sorts of scenarios that you're tangentially related to from a more macro level, rather than putting this all on sort of individuals and faces, kind of interrogate certain things about human nature. Because from what I understand, you seem to be pretty into philosophy and history. Does that sound interesting to you?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So I found oftentimes, well, obviously you've heard of the phrase "absolute power corrupts absolutely."
Yeah, that's Acton.
Okay. How old would you say that probably is?
That phrase?
Yeah.
A little over 100 years. Why?
Okay, it's not super important. But I'm sort of wondering about if you believe that any given individual is capable of acting in ways that are sort of like mafioso-like or despot-like if put into circumstances in which they have a certain amount of influence and a certain amount of isolation that keeps their power within that bubble. Do you think that that's a tendency that anybody could fall into just by human nature, or do you think that it takes a particular type of person to fall to that corruption?
Well, I wouldn't refer that to human nature per se. That sounds like a scenario that somebody could be easily conditioned into, depending on their social relations. Sure. I don't know if I don't know if I'd want to refer anything really to human nature generally. I think that's a little bit presumptuous.
Okay. So maybe more of a bedrock of the sort of cultural milieu that we're all sort of bred into.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if we could say that at least.
Can you restate that again, just for clarity?
Well, instead of me using the term human nature.
No, the previous thing, the specific question you were asking from the Acton quote, yeah.
Oh, do you think that? Do you believe that any given that the average person would fall to the dark side if put into a scenario where they had a sufficient amount of authority and a sufficient amount of insulation from the outside world that would challenge their authority?
I think there's a certain kind of growth that comes from having your power limited and from having to like run up against challenges. Like we can easily imagine disadvantages to it. I am not aware of any large sample study of people who have been granted absolute power. I don't know how you would determine that one way or the other. I've never had absolute power myself.
Right.
So
yeah, I think the absolute is.
I mean,
a bit of a red herring.
Well, it's a completely alien situation to me. I haven't had that kind of power, so I have no idea. Nor, for that matter, have many people at all. Even people in positions of like the most powerful positions in the world, they've had people they have to contend with on a daily basis that limit them. I mean, would the tendency be for someone who has never, say, like a Joffrey type character, just to go like full hypothetical here, someone who's never had like strong pushback from anyone on the outside, who has really selfish and destructive tendencies, would those tend to, you know, become more and more pronounced? Maybe it's possible.
Be amplified.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, I think that's sort of my question is that I found anecdotally in my experience that and I think we're sort of getting into the weeds with the whole idea of absolute power.
Sure.
What I was saying, sort of within a bubble, like within a sort of space of oftentimes within like professional environments, there would often be scenarios where somebody would have a certain amount of authority within their bubble, and oftentimes their motivation sort of sprang from perpetuating the authority on the merits of itself. Just a sort of, the purpose ceased to be the goal that everybody was working together towards, and became just simply perpetuating the authority that I have for the sake of perpetuating the authority that I have.
Yep, that's how. That's the iron law of oligarchy. That's why democratic parties aren't run democratically.
So, like, my sort of question is, when that is such a tendency among people who have their little kingdoms, do you think that government needs to play any sort of part in trying to prevent that? Because being a part of a company now that is very it's beholden to Canadian law, and Canadian law seems very
well. I mean, the government
in
I mean,
ethics.
I was just the government is that, right?
Okay.
Like it is itself precisely that kind of organization. When we talk about status, for example, we were talking about people who are playing into precisely that kind of dynamic, in which the bathroom from the Chamber of Secrets? Sorry, in which the organization is now taken to justify itself, and steps taken, no matter how corrupt or brutal, are taken as justified if they do precisely that. And it's like, well, that's basically it. If the government took steps to make that an impossibility, it would either be entirely hypocritical or would have to turn that on itself.
Another thing that I kind of wanted to discuss is the sort of the ambiguity of people in your space as being able to code switch between a role as a journalist and a role as just simply a person with opinions.
Yeah.
Do you think that the freedom is worth having despite it being a breeding ground for bad actors?
I think you can be. I think there's nothing wrong with switching modes between somebody giving an opinion and someone doing journalism. Where it becomes a problem is when you have people using that as an excuse for doing bad journalism. It's like you'll have Sargon of Akkad. Hey man, I'm just an entertainer. I'm not a journalist. Meanwhile, 90% of what he does is doing news commentary and stating it as if this is an absolute fact, like he's just describing the state of things. And he will include that statement in some of what he says, like, I'm just saying what's actually happening. And it's like, yeah, sure, you're not paid by a journalistic company, but you're fundamentally engaging in a journalistic... Oh, fuck, there's a giant ant chasing me. But you're fundamentally engaging in a journalistic activity. So...
I think that perhaps some sort of middle ground would be a sort of an upper threshold to which an influencer would be considered beholden to the ethics standards more like that of a journalist. That if you have this amount of reach, then this is how you need to treat the people that you comport yourself with.
We can't even do that with journalists, is the problem.
So
I mean,
I wasn't aware.
I mean, we really can't. There's a lot of there's a lot of opinionation that goes into a lot of contemporary journalism, even if I agree with it. And that goes right down to that boils right down even to just choosing what you want to cover or focus on over other things, or for instance, who chooses what goes on the front page of CNN. Like it's, I mean, to a certain extent, you can hold people to account for saying things that have been verified by a third party to be wrong. But there are a lot of things that, you know, can be said irresponsibly, but that can't be verified by a third neutral party as being wrong. So, it's complicated.
That does make a lot of sense. I wasn't aware that it was as loosey-goosey in that world. But I think kind of to try to scale down my sort of demands, as it were, down to something more like somebody had brought up on a call-in show recently regarding the certain situation that's going on right now, about how they asked something like, do you think that if it was a radio call-in show, that the host would be required or expected to protect the people that called in? And I was banging my head against the table, screaming that there are like regulations that, you know, make the conduct of radio shows that kind of constrain them from doing certain things, like screaming at people. You would never have like an episode of
Ron Hannity where he's screaming at somebody who disagrees with him, or Tucker Carlson. Happens all the time.
With the sort of vitriol, the sort of constancy that you see in these sorts of spaces, with the sort of the background culminating different communities to go and dogpile people and things like that. I'm not really sure. Like there's a certain parasocial attachment that people have to somebody like Sean Hannity or like Tucker Carlson. But I don't think that Sean Hannity and Tucker Carlson are as active in that as somebody in these spaces. You know what I mean?
Well, they're not engaged in like the content generating rat race that these people are, but they do exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. I remember as far back as when Occupy was going on, Hannity had one of these students on, and he just completely demeaned him in front of his audience. The entire it was gross.
Oh, wow. I figured that there were some like minimum standards, because I've never really like heard traditional call-in shows. I'm like 33.
Yeah.
I've never really heard traditional call-in shows in which, you know, the hosts would be able to like identify somebody and lead people to continually harass somebody, you know, in very public ways.
Well, typically
like,
with traditional
call-in,
typically with traditional call-in radio shows, the person doesn't have a face. So that's a little bit difficult to do, and they typically aren't also themselves call-in show hosts. The difference between call-in shows and what's happening on YouTube is that everybody else has like a fixed identity on the same medium. So there's like a convenient line that can be drawn to that other person's persona without having to like switch mediums. So like a call-in show has like an author on, right? And they say some rude word, or they make fun of the author. Unless you already know of the author, or know where they live, or know where they work, it's very unlikely that anybody who listens to that show, even if they hate that person, is going to have any way whatsoever to take it out on them later. By and large. Some people will, but by and large, most people won't. It's just, it's yeah. Some kid with a new YouTube channel, by contrast, goes on to like Chud Logic or whatever, and just gets pilloried. Their face is now attached probably to the thumbnail, and their identity has now been attached to that encounter, and that's just there forever, potentially.
Right. And I'm 100% in agreement with you. More or less what I'm trying to do is sort of find any sort of avenue to cut off at the root the argument that I heard from a caller earlier of this is the game we play. You came and you sat at the table and you asked to be dealt in, you know?
There isn't one.
There's got to be a way to attack that.
No, there isn't one. There actually isn't one. Not unless you want to just like radically like increase like the terms of service and make it so that people constantly have to be wary of not being perceived as unfair by moderation, so that they watch themselves. This is entirely a personal conduct and ethics issue. There's really not a whole lot that you can do without having YouTube or basically Google or Amazon tyrannizing over what can be spoken about in that manner. And frankly, you don't want that either. So I think this ultimately really boils down to just an ethics and standards issue. We have a lot of people who are allowing really bad behavior to slide because they just love the high of being able to engage with this kind of content too much. It's primarily because we're largely debauched culturally in that way. So
yeah, that's kind of when I wanted to bring it, like why I wanted to hit the angle from the macro, is this sort of idea that is there like either a just person jumps into the mire and battles until they're consumed by it, or a just person just ignores it, you know? It's odd. Is it intractable?
I mean, I don't think it's intractable. I think the problem though is that the center of gravity is not there. The center of gravity is towards the bad behavior. People do it not because they enjoy the bad behavior so much. Some of them do, but primarily because it's profitable and easy. So you need to create people who are not motivated to do ultimately what is easy. The solution is not on the YouTube end of things. The solution is prior to that. Or social media or whatever.
Do you think that taking a sort of and if you're, I hope I don't offend you by saying this, but do you think that you taking a sort of police type role in this space is part of the solution, or just like you want to be in the space but you don't feel comfortable being in the mire?
I don't think it's a systemic solution. I don't agree with the characterization of police. First of all, because we're in an environment where literally everybody is criticizing everybody else. I don't think the bare fact that I'm criticizing people for doing actually bad things instead of not kowtowing to the right streamer or whatever makes me like the YouTube police or trying to be the YouTube police. But let's run with that for a second. A large part of that is really just, it's a combination of making a statement about what I think are appropriate standards of conduct in this space, and sort of identifying myself and what I'm trying to achieve to my audience by doing that, as well as to encourage other people to do that themselves. The goal is not to like beat the bad actors and just one day I'll be standing atop a pile of Destiny Hassan and Infrahaz with his horde of Mongolian archers. It's literally just trying to encourage people to do better work, to try to succeed as much as I can doing that, to show that it can be done, to show myself that it can be done, and to make things a little bit uncomfortable for people who are doing bad stuff because it's cheap and profitable and easy for them. So I think generally people agree it's disgusting what they're doing. They've just sort of rationalized it to themselves because, oh, this is the smart thing to do. But then it takes a few seconds to show, no, you're actually not that smart. You guys don't know anything. The only reason why this is working right now is because you've latched onto some bigger people who haven't run into a wall yet. And this can't go on forever.
Yeah, the cognitive of dissonance of this is okay because it's strategic is honestly triggering to me. That all these things are justified because they are strategic moves that have a goal, and I'm like, oh no.
Well, no. The problem right now is that a lot of these people don't need to make strategic moves in order to succeed. I mean, they do to a certain extent, but like the move to just doing exploitative trash, that's not a strategy. That's the vocation. That's not them doing something else intelligently. That's just them doing that. It's no different than saying, hey, look, I got more money from robbing this bank than from working a job. It's like, no shit you did. Well done. This is a question ultimately of taste. So, it's very, very bad taste. It's
So
yeah.
So going with the idea that this is sort of a feature of the landscape, or sort of like almost like weather events, in a sense. I think the best action is to try to mitigate when these situations seem to breed reactionaries, because it seems quite often when you've got these sort of public situations where people are their personal lives are imploding in public, that oftentimes they tend to remain in public, but furthermore as a reactionary of some sort, right? So I think maybe the focus would be on trying to mitigate that side. And I noticed with the loaner box situation recently that I've sort of got this idea of it's a sort of a metaphor. It oftentimes seems like most people who start moving in reactionary directions are very angry about how any given movement has bad actors that seem particularly visible. And they very much focus on those bad actors to try to invalidate the entire movement. Does it sound like a fair characterization?
Sometimes. I think the difference, though, is that when you're invested in a movement to begin with, the bad actors don't deter you. The bad actors are now a thing that you invest a lot of time in fighting with, of course. But one thing you will not do is endanger the movement as a whole by pinning the movement to those bad actors. So, for example, let's take the poly people conversation. If he was specifying her and saying like, hey, the manner in which you're arguing this right here, this is delegitimizing in such a way as we are not going to be able to address the problem. That would be one thing. What he ended up doing, though, was something a little bit more dire. He did that as well, but what he also did was he went, well, you calling it a genocide is tantamount to a call to violence, which Republicans should we go after, or something like that. And the problem is that's not particularized to Polly, that's making the entire movement and everybody in her orbit and of her description look like they are crazy, duplicitous, violent people who are using this language to get unethical stuff slipped in under cover of night. So, like, yeah, he's got issues with some more extreme people in that group, but who he identifies as an extreme member of that group or like a problem person in that group is going to be anyone who basically just annoys him personally.
Absolutely. No, I agree with that. I wouldn't so much say as they recognize legitimate bad actors within the movement, but oftentimes when they start waning towards the right, it's usually under the auspices of them.
Oh yeah.
They feel is
sure.
hurtful to the movement.
Sure. Well, they're very convenient. It's like, well, you want to move yourself to an audience that flatters you more and that gives you more money more quickly for, cheaper achievements. Well, it's great. Yeah, I tried to, have a productive dialogue with these people, but they all just kind of suck. So here I am. I wanted to help them out, but I did what I could. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want my help.
Well, Destiny.
Yeah, very Sam Harris.
This is what precipitated
much Sam Harris.
This is what precipitated the debate with Destiny that he ran from. He was saying like, I can't talk to people on the left anymore. They won't talk to me. So, well, I'm right here. Here, I even did research. Look, I even provided you with all of my notes so you can be as prepared as possible in advance. Let's have a productive conversation. Nope. Inconvenient. Because he wants the left to not talk to him because he wants the perfect excuse to only talk to the right.
Yeah, the reactionary turn really disturbs me. It sucks that I woke up one day and all of a sudden Richard Dawkins is fucking right.
Oh, that's not a reactionary turn. That's not a reactionary turn. They were always like that.
Right. So the idea of kind of trying to stem this to some extent is this sort of metaphor that I've been working on. Do you have bathtubs in Canada?
No, we bathe in pine needles.
Okay, sorry. A bit of levity here. But so have you ever had it to where you draw a bath and you leave the room and you come back and it's either like too hot or too cold for you to just jump in right now?
No, I'm not one of those people who leaves the bath running. I sit in that thing while it's filling up. It's the best part.
Oh, wow. I've never tried that. Okay, well, I guess this is going to entirely fall on deaf ears.
That's when it's safest to read in, because the water's not past stuff, so.
Fascinating. I'm going to try that. It sounds somewhat therapeutic. But I'm going to continue a little bit on with the metaphor because I think you're going to be able to easily grasp the concept. So I come back to the bathtub. The bathtub is basically more or less full, but it's way too hot for me right now. And the bathtub is kind of like culture at large, right? I can't just hop into the bathtub. So I've got a few options. I could run, I could just drain all of it and try again. I could drain a fair amount of it and try from there. Or I could try to fill up the remaining empty part with some cooler water, right? But I'm not really sure so much if just putting kind of lukewarm, cool-ish water is really going to turn the whole tub to the temperature I want. Instead, what I would like to do is put in a really cold, ice-cold water, you know, to try to get that hot water to some sort of room temperature that's acceptable. So I think the whole tendency of pointing out what people consider as being bad actors in movements, or as movements trying to invalidate movements because they're being too extreme, I think is kind of idiotic because it's sort of a feature, not a bug. You know, like you have to push hard when what you're pushing against is, by and large, the norm. And that's my piece.
Yeah. I mean, which is not the same thing as saying that there's no value in being strategic and sort of measured in how you go about doing that.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that all movements that need to succeed should be extreme. I'm just saying that trying to invalidate movements by virtue of them having very extreme elements in them is a very useful tactic people use. But when I think about it, it seems like a shit tactic that people use to deconstruct things that they just don't like, because they can do that to anything, but they choose to do it to this particular movement.
Yep.
But yeah, that's pretty much all I got.
I agree with that. Okay. Well, nice chatting with you. Take care.
Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Somnio Static has their mic fixed. All right. Hey. Hello. Somnio.
Oh shit! Hello.
Hey, good. Your mic is fixed. I thought you were lying to me for a second.
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you.
What's going on?
Okay. So first of all, sorry about not being ready because I wasn't ready, but now I'm ready.
I forgive you this time.
I have a whole thing. So
Oh, no.
okay. So the I'm not going to navel gaze about my projection on to people I don't know's motivations like a lot of people do when they narrativize.
Please don't say this is Destiny and Mr. Girl stuff.
No.
Okay.
But the way they talk about it, where they almost like they're talking about a member of their family that they know very personally.
Yeah.
When I talk about these things and I frame it over a person, like for example, you know, because I'm from Demon Mama's community largely, like, and I was there for all the debate stuff and all that shit, and I saw all the crazy shit that went on, and I look at it like these are all factors that are almost always constant that need to be dealt with in order to manage the situation in a way that you don't let the negative effects of what other people intend for you to happen in terms of like online communities and online stability, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, so that being said, I was also there for the whole poly people loner box thing, and I just happened to be in chat for it, and I saw the same thing happened there that I saw in a lot of other conversations and debates. And it actually also reminded me of the Professor Flowers thing, funnily enough, because there's 2 points, or I guess 2 questions, or 2 value judgments I want to pose to you or ask. One is, when does, to be really reductive about it, when does tone policing an oppressed group that has a grievance that wants to be recognized by wider society, when does that become so toxic, the discourse around it so toxic that you have to not necessarily disengage, but you have to be very careful about hearing exactly what the other side says. Do not essentialize people. Deal with the rhetoric directly instead of going on a kind of doing what they want you to do and start essentializing the enemy and start kind of losing your shit over it. Entire communities lose their shit over it. They perpetuate it by going in each other's streams and getting them to talk again, et cetera, et cetera. It's very damaging for those. It tends to make those communities stagnate because they turn into the thing that they're trying not to be a little bit. That's the first thing. So when does that become so bad that you need to treat it as something to avoid? And the second point, I actually just forgot. So let's just go with the first point.
Okay, well, I think there's a difference, first of all, between tone policing and having like an earnest conversation that's respectful about the best way to go about a conversation, right? So tone policing would be something like, you can't use that language, that's shrill or whatever. A different conversation would be like, hey, when you're talking to this person, what I think I'm observing is that when you use this word, that's triggering them into misunderstanding what you're saying here. So maybe in addition, you should either provide clarification if your goal is to have understanding with this particular party, or whatever. And I think the crucial point here is that this takes place in a private conversation between people who are trusted. It's not just some rando jumping into an engagement and delegitimizing one side by making a show of you declaring that their approach is in some sense invalid or is responsible for botching the interaction. Because there's a whole lot that's going on there. Because like tone policing is ultimately just a descriptor for bad faith disagreements.
Yeah, that's too reductive of a term.
About
it's
approach.
It's a misnomer, I guess.
I don't think necessarily, but like, I mean, like, what is tone policing versus what is something more sincere?
I guess I mean optics frogging, maybe. But that's
sure. Well, I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay.
So
okay.
like, what determines that is going to be a perception about the motives of the person speaking and the dynamics of the conversation at play. It's not necessarily saying that literally any discussion about the deliverance of an argument or avowing a position is bad, because of course, like, we can have these conversations. And people do these conversations, and they write about it. And that's not always called tone policing, yeah.
Okay, but what happens when it turns into someone thinks that you're calling them all these things, so they're going to go... Sorry. Person A thinks that person B is calling them a lot of things that they're not, so they're going into the conversation very aggressively and in a way that person B wasn't even aware of. So now person B just sees person A coming at them with all these other things that tend to be on the side of essentialization and not necessarily hyperbolic or inaccurate, but with almost too much anger because it's been built up by a lot of people, or it's been built up by a lot of preconceptions about the other person. Like what I saw.
People should generally try to be patient and conscientious wherever possible. It's just that when you're dealing with a group that is dealing with like widespread attacks, it doesn't make any sense to hyper focus on that group when there are two parties to that. You would focus on the one that is the least embattled, and say to them, like, look, like, I get this group is like acting in sort of a hyper vigilant way with respect to you, and maybe you didn't deserve it in this case, maybe your intentions were good,
But you fucked up.
Well, not even that you fucked up necessarily. It's just like, look, like, this is an embattled group. The stakes are ultimately fairly low for you. It would look better to disengage and either ask for an additional interaction with like moderation or under less heated circumstances,
private,
or to do so privately. And like I've done this before. I've had conversations with people where I go like, look, this is like really sensitive, or whatever. I'm not comfortable talking about this here for whatever reason. Well, that's what killed me.
I thought you were doing a 0 death run.
Yeah, but it's like if I get a certain number of deaths, it recycles back to 0.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
So I agree with all that, by the way. I'm not coming at it from the other side because this other part. Oh, I remember my second point, which actually plays into this too. Okay. So the reason I ask, like, what do you do when they're not being responsible about it, is because a lot of the communities I'm in have been talking about this for so long that it's not some new topic that I really am interested in justifying to people, because it's just kind of obvious.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of overlap between those obvious communities and other communities which don't even really think about it until, or they haven't thought about it until, you know, this last meme to be, I don't know, I guess that's too callous, but you know what I mean. This last thing that happened. And because of that, I'm trying to analyze this in a way to actually benefit the communities that I know are going to suffer the most from this, which is the people defending the idea that it is a genocide, and the people who are trying to advocate for what a lot of people think is really too aggressive rhetoric, which I think is just wild to me. Because, you know, like, what are you talking about? But I think there's this weird storm of the people who are so they're not insulated, but this is so obvious to them. And then you got the people who kind of just found out about it yesterday. And then you've got the actual people who are bigots or, you know, transphobes. And I would never put someone like Lonerbox, for example, I would never put him in that latter category. I would put him in the category of someone who I actually still consider him just as much of an ally as I ever did. But that discourse, it rotted everyone's brains in real time. And then it was just perpetuated. It's still perpetuated, and everyone still talks about it in the same way. I would much rather talk about the reasons and, like, you know, look how bad this is, rather than...
Yeah. I mean, well, the problem is people aren't thinking that he's a transphobe. The problem is that he demonstrated absolute contempt for that community and for that particular issue.
Yeah.
So, and like, the thing is it's... like, he wasn't willing to even entertain the possibility that this was something serious enough that it needed to be handled carefully.
So, at the risk of sounding a parasocial about it, sure. I think what happened was he was under the impression, and I'm pretty sure he said as much too, because this was kind of like an ongoing event that was over the course of like 4 or 5 hours. Sure. He was under the impression that someone was coming at him, calling him all these things, because people came into his chat and told him, people were saying these things about him, that he was a genocide denier and he was this and that, and a transphobe and an anti-Semite, weirdly enough. A lot of that came up a lot for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, that's because of the weird thing where he was insisting that
so, like, because he probably clumsily said something. Yeah. And people, when they got to that point, they weren't really listening, and I don't blame them, because you can't just blurt out irresponsible shit about stuff. But man, it reminds me of the old anti-SJW stuff where no one could then bring up the topic seriously because it becomes such a culture war thing, and then you have so much power on the other side pushing back against it, using the caricature of irresponsible engagement to denounce it, to ignore it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, what are you supposed to do at that point? Because now we're talking about, like...
That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, like, we have one person with a massive following and a massive audience behind them, and a few other people with very tiny audiences behind them. And in those tiny audiences, there are a few people who are being, like, hot-headed and flinging out accusations against this guy. If that's literally all it takes to condition this person to being completely contemptible of the person he's speaking to, I don't know what measure they could take to prevent that, because that's ubiquitous in online spaces.
And it's not something that you can just talk through.
No, and like, he should know better. So I don't even know what to say to that. Like,
Yeah.
I agree with you. It
I agree.
sucks. It's annoying. Like, when I saw people jumping on him, calling him a Holocaust in there, that was annoying because he wasn't denying the Holocaust.
Yep.
He had a weird, dumb insistence on, I guess, specifying when the final solution was being enacted as, like, the only useful point of comparison with the transgenocide issue question, because of course he's actually, how do I want to phrase that? He was really hyper focused on, like, the actual rounding up of the Jews as the beginning of genocidal action.
He went into logic lord mode, and I don't know.
Look,
I just don't get
the point is he wasn't going off like Nick Fuentes talking about cookies and ovens. He was he was making.
He wasn't streaming with Destiny.
No, that's neither here nor there here, but, like...
Yeah, I'm just making a joke.
Yeah. But, like, by the same token, like, if literally all it takes to condition you to be irrational and hostile to an embattled group is to have some part of that embattled group or some followers of some tiny channel be rude to you, like, there's nothing anybody can do. Because you can't rein those people in. Like, the people like that are a difficulty even internal to these communities with other people. They're really hot-headed and they're really belligerent. A lot of them. And sometimes, like, not all the time. Like, I'm not saying that about any of the particular people in that particular chat. They may be fine with everybody else around them. But, like, we encounter them all the time.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Like...
That's why it's become such a thing that I focus on nowadays.
Like, it's the internet. You get all types.
Yeah.
But
there's always that narration of events, and it like all of, like, well, not all of, but some of those callers earlier, they want to talk about these things like they're either soap operas or reasons to get mad at other people, and, like, why?
Yeah, sure. I don't have an answer to solving someone being hypersensitive to the fact that people on the internet are dicks. Like, that's...
Well, it was more.
Yeah.
How do you advocate for a strategy? You know what I mean? How do you indicate towards some sort of strategy that would at least help people be more aware? Because I've talked to a shit ton of people and trying to convey this, and I've gotten maybe like one person to half understand what I was saying. Because it just devolves so quickly.
Yeah, it's tricky because, like, there is an underlying point that is being abused in the transgenocide argument, right? Which is being misapplied here. But, like, you do have to be careful what you're saying, because ultimately these decisions are made by larger parties of disinterested people who you have to make aware of things in a particular kind of way. Now, I disagree with eschewing the genocide language on that point, but you can apply this elsewhere. So, for example, calling Loner Box a genocide denier in that conversation doesn't help anybody. It's much more helpful to bring Loner Box back on side and have a reasonable conversation with him, and have him disagree for now about the characterization of the thing as a genocide on technical terms, than it is to just, like, oh, now we've got this other very large channel that's just antagonistic to this whole category of people and is just comfortable in their contempt because we've ushered them into that, because we've made it clear that he will not be accepted by a vocal minority of this group or whatever. The problem, though, is that a lot of people who do that aren't really invested in that. They're getting something emotionally out of the expression, and bluntly, like, as a consequence of that, I'm just not positioned to be able to counter that, because I end up doing precisely what Loner Box was doing, or I appear that way. So I don't know if I have an answer to that.
I think
I can only speak to people on my end of that dynamic, which is like bluntly grow a pair. Like, yeah, people suck on the internet, but there are stakes here. Like, treat this with a modicum of seriousness and have a spine.
And I would never tell anyone not to call it a genocide. I believe it's a genocide. Yeah. I believe what happened to black people was a genocide also. And so it's a weird contradiction that I basically have destroyed my brain over the past, 3 weeks.
I think the problem is people are ultimately moved by wider circumstances and not by specific arguments online. There are definitely people who are, and maybe those people sometimes have very large effects down the line. But figuring out a way to somehow get a giant, dispersed, disconnected community to abide by a single strategic plan, it's impossible. So even talking about it is a little bit moot, because at least on that level, because there's nothing we can do about that.
Well, but there are ways to influence the general tenor of a community.
Really, I'm not aware of that. That's extremely difficult. You know what?
Maybe
somebody with influence who's a member of that community who has their trust, like a demon mom or whatever. Maybe they could, or a philosophy tube. They could possibly do that. They'll meet the same criticisms by the same people, and because those people generate friction with them, they will also therefore grow in stature as well, and so you have the whole problem just constantly being reified over and over and over again.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, sure, they could probably make a decent movement towards a certain mode of behavior and certain kinds of engagements.
But then at the same time, I guess you just answered the question, because we already are doing that, and it's by saying grow a pair.
Well, I'm speaking to someone in loner boxes in my position.
Sure.
I'm not telling trans people who are upset at loner boxes' treatment of them to grow a pair.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Because another problem here too, right, is that we don't actually know who we're dealing with until they get tested in this way. Nobody expected Loner Box to behave in the way that he did.
Yeah, and at the same time, I'm not comfortable saying that this is why this happened. Definitively, I guess. I don't think that there's enough. But I also kind of checked out 3/4 of the way through the other stuff that happened afterwards. So maybe
I'm given to understand that Loner Box has a trans partner, and that he's never really demonstrated any transphobic positions in his life before. I think this was pride and just contempt for an interlocutor who was annoying him, a chat that was annoying him, and just people being what he would consider to be silly.
Well, and I think that's why I spent so much time on it, because I used to chat with him, not to sound parasocial again, but I used to chat with him in VGG chat ages ago. I think before he started streaming.
Really?
And then, so I pretty much watched him as long as he streamed, and I guess that's another reason why it bugs me so much, because we don't need to just nuke everyone, but sometimes you need to nuke people a little. I don't know.
Sure, but I mean, again, on that point, though, and this is what's, again, really frustrating, is that if you didn't want to talk to poly people or me or Demon Mom or whatever, or any of these people, what he should have done is just...
not done it.
Nothing.
Yeah.
He solicited these engagements. I mean, even with me, I didn't ask to debate him. He messaged me. He said, unprompted.
Did you actually debate him?
No.
I thought he did.
No, he did flee from that, but the reason why I was going to is because he sent me a DM saying, hey, I don't want to go through 4 hours of watching someone respond to myself, but if you have any questions, you want to talk about this on stream, we can do that. I was like, sure.
Oh, and then I think he said he watched some of your videos about it.
Well, he watched some of my videos about it beforehand because he was prompted by my coverage to do that. So
wait a second.
Because he had to have. Yeah. Otherwise, why was he asking me in the first place? That's very random. Especially since, again, like, there are a bunch of other trans people he could be talking to who are larger content creators than me, who would have a stake in this.
But if that is the point where he drops it, then I'm fine with that. I don't fault him for that. I don't know that he has, because I haven't really been on much lately. But you know, even if someone should do something, but by dropping it, it just kind of stops being what it is. Then I kind of don't fault someone for that.
I mean, he was continuing to cast aspersions on the people who were. Yeah, no, like when he said, I didn't realize he was in with like that toxic community. Who he's talking about is like Demon Mama and Doe, right? He said prior he would only talk to Demon Mama to burn a bridge, which is strange.
You know, someone said a long time ago that Doe is the litmus test for if you're a good or bad person on the internet. So,
Doe's interactions with him, as far as I have seen, were extraordinarily respectful considering everything. It was just it.
Was that recently?
This was during this whole debacle. Doe
I didn't know that.
Doe was blocked by a loner box now, I believe.
I haven't seen that, and I don't know if I want to.
Well, these were in text.
Oh.
But no, Doe was extremely respectful and earnest, and was literally just like, I can't believe you're being this flippant about this, da 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 da. And then he just said like, oh, friends like these, and then blocked it. So.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, well, no one is allowed to ever be mean to Doe, so that's kind of fucked up.
I'm sure. Look, it's the internet. I'm sure Doe has said some dumb stuff before, has been rude to people, and has like merited pushback from someone. But in this particular case, I'm not aware of any examples. But from this particular case,
I can think of one, but it was so long ago, it doesn't matter.
Sure. But in this particular case, it was being completely respectful and generous. Like if the threshold is anything that doesn't treat Loner Box as this untouchable saint.
Yeah.
Otherwise he just blows you out and ridicules you in front of his audience. Then, I mean, maybe he's not transphobic. I just don't know what value is there in calling someone like that an ally. It seems like he's at best just a neutral part of the terrain.
It's been an odd thing from my perspective, I guess. The whole thing's just been really odd, and I hate it.
It's been very odd. The most baffling thing about it was that people expected like a lot from him, in terms of like how conscientious he would be with respect to this issue, which is one of the reasons why they took the attitude that they did. Nobody was going off on him, really. At least nobody big. Like, audience members will, but you can't control those. Until he just decided to start just turning on everyone.
Well, you know, Demon Mama went super hard, and at first I was like, Jesus. But I totally understand. Like, I can't really criticize.
I mean, he literally tried to corner poly people into saying that she was advocating for specific Republicans to be targeted by using genocidal language. That would have gotten her removed from Twitch in a heartbeat.
So yeah, and that's one thing I tried to explain too. I know this is going to sound like the dumbest question ever, but is there any case where someone asks that genuinely?
No, there's not. There's not. For one, the argument at that point should be whether or not that's a call to violence, not who specifically are you targeting. And then secondly, if you're asking that of someone who's a part of a community who's in battle that you're on side with in defending that way, you ask those dangerous questions, which you know can result in another trans voice being removed from the platform, in private. And if they're advocating for something that you can't be on board with, then you make that announcement separately from that conversation. You say, look, like, there's a lot of bad stuff going on. I'm on side here, but they're treating this issue in a manner, or they're responding to this issue in a manner I don't support. So I'm not going to be working with this individual going forward, or something like that. You don't do it before an audience as a stunt on a platform that is known to really haphazardly just axe people, and cut a trans streamer from a source of income and from their audience. What he was doing was baiting a situation in which some random person in the crowd could then report the timestamp and have.
I'm sure tons of people did.
I would not be surprised. But like, just to put this into perspective, and I disagree with this. I mean, he deserved it for other reasons. I'm not heartbroken about it, but Sonso lost his channel. After on Twitch, yeah, it was banned. It's gone. 17. I think he had like 17,000 subs. Now he's down to a 1,000 sub YouTube channel.
He had 17,000 people that were bored when Destiny wasn't streaming for like a week straight.
Yeah, probably. But the point is, somebody read out an altered bit from Der Stürmer, in which they had swapped out Jew with like transgender or whatever, and he said he didn't think that was genocidal, but he thought it was really hateful. And then the person talking to him clarified, "No, this is from Der Stürmer. I just altered it, like da 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 da." And then apparently somebody reported that VOD, and his stream got taken down. It should not be a bannable offense, even if I disagree with it and I think he was being extremely disingenuous and stupid. It should not be a bannable offense to have an argument about the significance of, among other things, a doctored document. That strikes me as very strange. Especially when, like, it's literally just... Because here's how the conversation might have gone, right? It's like, oh, well, it sounds hateful, but I don't know the context of this. Maybe in this particular context, the party in question... Like, let's say I'd altered it to be talking about white people, right? And not trans people. It would be
well.
Hateful,
Then Twitch would definitely ban you if you were talking about white people.
But the point though is that, like, I would be hesitant to say that the hateful rhetoric would be inherently genocidal because it's not playing into a genocide. Because the context is a critical part here. It's not just that people are expressing dislike of certain groups or bigotry towards certain groups. It's they're expressing it as a member of a dominant group while that group is being actively persecuted.
Which plays into the Professor Flowers thing in an ironic way.
Identically, actually. Which, for example, Jews are in, which trans people are. So, like, that would be... So like, I could make the identical move, and people certainly have done this, where I alter a document in that way, and then I go, haha, like, you're a hypocrite or whatever. I don't think that should be a basis for people getting banned off those platforms. And moreover, I don't like the idea that we're signaling to fucking Amazon of all people to make that decision either. So,
well, and that requires the context of a human reviewing it.
Yes.
Also, I mean, that I guess I can't be happy if he got banned for that, but I'm still a tiny bit happy.
I'm not losing sleep over it.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't like the dynamic. It's not that particular case that's bothersome. I don't think anything was lost, but I really don't like some rando working for Amazon deciding what can and can't be spoken about without, like, very, very, very clear rules in place. I just don't like it. Like, for example, Destiny being banned off Twitch makes perfect sense to me. Destiny being banned off Twitch for no stated reason is stupid. There were reasons. Just state them. Make it clear. Like, tell people what the rules are so that they can engage in like, conversation responsibly about things. And so that there's, like, not, like, total distrust and just, like, terror of the thing. So people are preemptively coding everything, so they're now talking really irresponsibly in heavily defended and impenetrable ways. Like it's
like trying to get people to Fed post.
Yeah.
And endless dog whistling, et cetera, and that yeah, I agree. I guess it kind of goes to the same thing where people hear those keywords and get super aggressive too.
Oh, and by the way,
it devolves everything.
Just for the record, I have until this all went down, I had basically no affiliation with Demon Mama or any of these people.
Oh yeah, I know.
Demon
No, I
Mama
know
and
your
me
whole
have
deal.
an unfriendly history. I started off hating her, then I learned to tolerate her a little bit, then I hated her again, and I've grown to really like her and respect her actually recently. She can definitely be a lot, but one thing that she hasn't shown herself to be, which so many other people have, is a sellout. Talking one-on-one, she's actually a very sincere person, I found. I think it's just, she has a particular voice as a stream debater that does its job too well sometimes.
I wonder, did you say similar things about Vosh in your older videos?
Oh, Vosh was
seem to remember that.
Vosh was actually a terrible debater early on. Terrible. His Sargon debate was awful.
Yeah, the first one.
He actually looped around and contradicted himself within a span of seconds. He did a really bad job. Now, granted, it was probably I think it was the biggest debate he'd ever had at that point. He was nervous, whatever, and he wasn't nearly as experienced as he is now. But it was terrible. Demon Mama had some gaffes, but by and large, her biggest sin, as far as I can ascertain, was that she adopted mannerisms that were known to be adopted by Vosh, which, by the way, were invented or popularized by Destiny, which is where Vosh got them from. So when Destiny was doing that infamous thing like, "Are you mad? Are you mad?" What? He was parodying himself. It was kind of remarkable, actually, when you think about it for 5 seconds.
Well, she's Destiny 3.0, as we all know.
Well, I mean,
I guess I see it more as a lot of people do a lot of those mannerisms that I've noticed, so I don't really think it's a straight conscious ripoff. I think it's just natural influence.
Oh yeah.
I
But
guess.
I mean, they do it well, and it's the mannerisms have a lot of communicatory value, especially in unmoderated debates where you need to be able to cut in and communicate non-verbally when you're being spoken over.
It's like a laser.
Yeah. So that whole the facial expressions and the wait what that's you're interrupting flow so that you can say something or you can break somebody from gish galloping, or sometimes you're framing somebody as being ridiculous unfairly.
And also setting the pace, like boxing, kind of.
Exactly, yeah. And it's a douchey thing to do when you're in a moderated discussion and you all have the opportunity to speak, but that's not a guarantee ever when you're dealing with online conversations like this. So,
well, one of the things I have been trying to get people to do more is collabs. So I am kind of glad that you guys are kind of, at least it seems like you guys are kind of collabing a little bit.
We're definitely trying. I can't speak for Demon Mom, but I have a lot of trans people in my community. I've been getting along with Demon Mama great. I like Doe. We've been having a lot of good conversations recently. We did collaborate preparing for the Loner Box debate, and that went really well, minus the fact that didn't happen. So I mean, I would like to think that we've got some level of community building between our groups has kind of begun. I think that's where we're at this juncture. It's not so much that we're collaborating and we're all I'm part of Demon
building
Mama Inc. Now. But I definitely want to keep building good rapport with these people because we're on side on some pretty serious issues. I get along with them pretty well, and I actually I've really appreciated what they've been going for recently, and that's not like there are things I probably disagree with them on an intellectual level that'll probably come up at some point. And like I've been heavily critical of some Demon Mama's debates in the past. Even today, like I was, I'm not going to mention any DMs from her, but like we chatted briefly, and I mentioned like the vegan gains debate, and I was like, because we were talking about the vegan stuff, because I triggered a bunch of vegans on Twitter randomly, and
okay,
and I mentioned something to the effect of like, well, yeah, to be fair though, with the vegans gains thing, like you did like say he was a pedophile or whatever. She clarified it was a child rapist because it was carrying an argument that he was making about what eating meat entailed or what using animal products entailed to like a logical extreme. Because that's like a common talking point that you'll see, like,
but
like
wait, so
eating meat is like having sex with an animal or something. They're trying to gross you out.
But that assumes that you're taking vegan gains as a serious person.
No, I'm just thinking that on a rhetorical level, while it might work in some ways, it doesn't work in others. It's one of those things where it's like.
You mean like larger, on the larger scale? Or do you mean like...
I don't think optically it was the smartest move. I don't think rhetorically it was any distinct ultimately from someone like Perspective Philosophy, trying to imply that you're engaging or you have a proclivity for bestiality because you eat a hamburger. But
well, that was the point, though.
Oh, no, I know that was the point. What I'm saying though is that like that particular phrasing just opens you up to a whole other line of thing, because well, it's an implication in Perspective Philosophy's case when he says that when you say that bluntly like that, it's like now people can just accuse you of accusing him of being the thing, and that's obviously unfair, yada yada yada.
Oh, I'm sure he added that to his grievance notebook.
Oh, a bunch of people did, and I criticized her for that as well, because it was like, because it's too easy. You have to be paying really close attention, and you have to be invested in a particular side to bother with that. And at the time, like, it just wasn't, which is my fault. But point is, all of that aside, I've come to really have a level of regard for her as a person that I didn't have before this. So that's been positive.
As someone who's been in our community since 2019, I agree, and I'm glad that more people see that, because there's so much crazy shit has happened. But then you get into all the parasocial shit. So
I didn't know about vegan gains back then, and oh my god,
yeah.
He's
a whole thing.
let's just say she didn't say something like that to someone like the Scrub King, okay? And I
don't even want to get into that.
They're not actually all that nice either, as it turns out. But leaving that aside, are those giant shrimps? What are those? Oh fuck, they're lobsters. Where's my... Oh, I put my axe away. There we go. Sorry about that.
So I guess the way I also see it is, if someone... Man, I don't want to be irresponsible with my language, but
yeah,
if someone would respond to Doe in that way, they probably got told a bunch of bullshit by other people who just happen to be in their streams a lot more these days, and that just kind of, I don't know, like obviously I can't really give that much of a shit because I'm not personally, I don't know.
What are we talking about? Respond to Doe in what way?
You said he was very like disrespectful and kind of shrugged it off.
No, he was flippant, and then he blocked her.
Yes, sure. So I can't imagine. I guess what I'm trying to say is the influence of bullshit can turn people into pieces of shit over time.
If they let it. Like, here's the thing.
Well, sure, yeah.
Like, I was unfair to Demon Mama because I let myself be unfair to Demon Mama. I didn't have an excuse for it.
No one ever has an excuse to be unfair to Demon Mama.
No, I think they can find excuses aplenty, but it doesn't really absolve you of anything, especially when the stakes are what they are. So, I mean, people...
It's very unfortunate, and it sucks. But I guess you have to suss these things out.
Oh,
I mean, yeah.
Sorry, I'm just enjoying the aesthetics of Elden Ring without understanding anything that I'm doing because I'm just running through it blindly while listening to people talk. I worry I'm spoiling it for myself sometimes. That's okay.
So while I was waiting in chat, someone wanted me to ask you why you hate engineers.
I don't hate engineers.
Well, there you go. Not confirmed, but the other one.
However, engineering departments are disgusting. They all smell like armpit.
I feel like you could say that about a lot of technical fields.
No, primarily engineering.
Well, there's your answer. Okay, well, I'm kind of running out. I don't want to hold up people and be like other people that held up people, so I'm gonna go now.
That's okay.
I appreciate you hearing me out because this specific topic has been just sitting in my brain, and I have such a problem with it because I know so much of the history, and it just drives me crazy, I guess. So there you go.
Yeah, well, come back on and chat anytime you want, okay?
Hey, thanks. All right, peace.
Let's see you around. Am I still being chased? No, I think I'm okay. Good. There's a lot of people still. Okay, I think we'll do one more and then we'll bring in people tomorrow because I'm going to be streaming tomorrow as well. It's just, oh my god, what's that go on? Have you seen Polly talk to Will? No. Probably should though. Okay, I'll bring in one more person and then I'll look at Polly talk to Will. And then we'll call it because it's 9:17. We've been at this for a few hours. I'll remember the list for next time, so if you appear tomorrow afternoon when we're doing this, I'll bring you on in that order, okay? Bluestone's gone. Mr. Moth is gone. Alzaz is mute and deaf, so they aren't going to be able to hear me. Don't be mute and deaf in the waiting room, otherwise I don't know if you're going to be able to come on or not. Muscle Man. Hey.
Dude, there's optics? The optics of like... Hello? Oh, shit. I'm sorry. We were having a kind of heated conversation.
Apparently.
I think Leo wanted to... me and Leo had the same question, or same set of questions. You could probably pull them at the same time.
Oh, all right, let's pull in a few of you, actually.
Okay.
Who else were you arguing with?
No, that has nothing to do with it. That argument also might get you like TOS. I'm not even gonna lie. Like,
okay.
Yeah, let's not do that. And I didn't really want to be in that conversation either, to be honest.
Yeah, was Aaron part of the conversation?
No. Aaron is interesting though.
Let's bring him in anyways.
Okay.
It'll end on an interesting note. I need to get a couple of you guys out of the way. All right. Sure. Everybody introduce yourselves. Give your pronouns, your names.
Hey, I'm Muscleman. My pronouns are he, him.
Aaron, you're up next.
All right.
What are your pronouns, Aaron?
Oh, I'm a guy, so I guess he, him.
Cool. Nice to meet you. Leo, are you around?
Midland, Texas.
Nice. Leo, are you around?
Oh, I think you said where you're from.
No, but thank you. Leo, are you there? Why is he muted and deafened? All right, Leo, you can come in later. Okay. Well, it looks like it's just you two then. Oh, is
You can pull in mostly rhyme, I
I
think.
think I had
or-
mostly Ryman earlier, unless I'm mistaken.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Good. Did I talk to you earlier?
Oh no, I think I had to step away for a moment and I missed you, unfortunately.
Okay, that makes sense. And let's pull in Cyber.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
And I'm leaving Jarpgar all alone. I was just talking to them a little while ago. Anyways,
Yeah,
it's you lot. So.
Oh, I just had two really quick questions that could probably be resolved in like under a minute.
Sure. What's up?
Okay, so in the Adam and Stitch conversation, they were kept appealing to nature, and I was wondering if it was just tautological on their part, or if there was something that I was missing in the conversation.
It's not that it's tautological, it's that they're accepting two contradictory positions, namely that there is a fixed human nature that you can make reference to judge anything, frankly, and the fact that human beings are evolved both socially and biologically. So,
right, but when they were making, when they were making reference to like, all of this is the result of evolutionary biology, was that just literally nature exists and has, it's deterministic?
They were just making a factually untrue statement. They were thinking that culture was downstream from a process of natural selection, but it's actually not. I mean, there is accident involved in it, but it's not fitness that determines which like social forms prevail and which don't.
So it's not even like mimetic evolution, or it's a mistaken identity.
I mean, there's probably a little bit of that, but like that's not a satisfactory explanation, or shouldn't be a satisfactory explanation.
Okay. Oh, and the second thing is, on a previous stream and kind of out of context, someone mentioned that either they were an engineer or the opinion was coming from an engineer, and you seem to be deflated at that prospect, or didn't seem to be very sympathetic to the position of an engineer being involved in conversations like this. Is there something particular that was upsetting or is upsetting about engineers?
No, I was making a joke, but there is a tendency for people in engineering departments who weigh into these discussions, just generally, not as like a rule, just in a lot of people's experience, to come into these discussions with a lot of assumptions based on unnuanced readings of people who write on issues relevant to the social sciences, who are speaking in a manner that is flattering to people in STEM and derogatory to people who are trying to do like really serious, nuanced work in these social science departments. And so you have a lot of people coming in from like STEM fields and from engineering, which is engineering, I guess, or which is STEM, who are just very difficult to talk to and very difficult to reason with, which is not ubiquitous.
Okay, so
engineers can be great. It's just, octopus.
It's just you think of maybe a tendency to be a bit more conceited about one's own abilities, in terms of like being able to more broadly apply your knowledge.
Not even that necessarily. It's just there are attitudes in engineering departments about like methodologies in the social sciences and whatnot that are prevalent that lead to a lot of difficulty in conversation. That's about it.
Okay. Okay. Do you think that's kind of baked into STEM education, or do you think there could be improvements made to like?
I think it's just there's a cultural hum in the background of disdain for the social sciences from certain sectors of society, and a lot of those people go into engineering specifically, and that gets reified there, and that's about it.
Okay, yeah. Perfect. Thank you so much for talking.
Yeah, no worries. Take care. But yeah, engineers can be fine. There's nothing wrong with engineers. We need engineers. Engineers are absolutely vital to everything. All right. Who else is here? I can't see you. I'm playing Elden Ring.
Hey, so I had I guess a question on, I guess the veganism discourse.
Oh no, it's gonna be.
I'm sorry.
You're the one who's opening this wound. All right, let's go.
So I'm curious what your gripes are with that. I have my like personal gripes with it. And I'm curious if
with
they
vegans?
relate to yours. Not with vegans specifically. With like how the discourse is like approached, like at least on Twitter.
Well,
Like
for
specifically,
one, it's
that's
approached on Twitter, but I mean, like, the main thing is a lot of it boils down to just scolding strangers in language that hasn't been conversationally justified.
Mhm.
So, like saying, "Oh, it's as immoral if you're doing it in an urban center as an indigenous person as anybody else." Like, okay, maybe that's a hypothesis. Have you actually argued anyone party to this interaction right now? Have you actually argued them to agreeing that it's immoral? Because this comparative statement that you're making has no value unless we agree with that premise.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you haven't done that. So this just makes you look condescending to a third party, and makes it so that people aren't going to take this seriously in advance.
Yeah,
let's go back to the transgenocide question, right? So this is the retort that Lonerbox made about the use of the term genocide. It's not one of them. You're not going to be taken seriously if you use extreme language. Well, that extreme language is already being used by all of the relevant parties to this conversation. This isn't in an ambience of a bunch of people insisting against that language. We're talking to a group of people where the audience is almost ubiquitously affirming it. So, in that context, downgrading the language only downgrades the severity of the term. If everybody already agreed that eating meat was immoral, and the only arguments against it were practical, or were cultural or whatever, then making that move, like, you know what, I've thought about it, and there's actually no reason to think that culture absolves you from this thing we all agree is immoral. Okay, that would have some level of force. But because that hasn't been agreed upon, because there is no consensus on this, the result is literally just to front load the what's that word? The sanctimoniousness about it, where the argument is left completely untouched. And no less, you're targeting a colonized group in the process. Like, just on a political and a rhetorical level, it's just disastrous.
Yeah. I mean, that was
which is
my
why I equivocated. Which is why I said, like, this is basically like Fed posting.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of my biggest issues, where like I never see the conversation happening with like let's say, for example, and I use this example to some other people. Like, say you live in Germany, specifically like Bavaria, right?
Sure.
And you eat like sausages a lot. Like, I never see like people specifically being like, wow, it's so base that we called out Bavarian people. It's always like, oh, it's so base that we called out indigenous people for like, I don't know, that rubs me a kind of wrong way. Like, if you're doing it like holistically and being like, yeah, everybody should be vegan, it's like base to call out meat eaters in general. Like, okay, that's one thing.
Well,
right?
here's
it
one,
still has its problems.
Well, here's one that's probably more rhetorically effective, right? Hey, eating meat upholds colonialism, right? Because it requires vast expanses of land, of stolen land, to be deployed, and it's being treated as if this is land that the state simply cannot give up. It's a human necessity to have all this land taken up by grazing animals, whatever, stuff like that. It's destroying the environment that was taken unjustly by colonial state powers. Like, okay, there's rhetorical force there. Going after the indigenous consumer, who, I don't know if you're aware of this, is not the majority offender when it comes to people who are, driving the meat industry.
Yep.
That doesn't get us anywhere except you looking like a douchebag to a group of people who, frankly, if you got them all vegan tomorrow, would not make a dent.
Yeah.
So it's,
I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way. It felt really like unnecessary and kind of gross in a way. That, like, I don't know. It's like it doesn't seem effective. You just it seems like you're not you like all the people doing this.
Which is all I said.
Yeah, just moralizing. Yeah. Well, yeah. Thank you. So
No worries. Take care.
Bye.
Aaron, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, I've been sitting playing Elden Ring passively and dying constantly for like 4 hours now. I feel like death. What's on your mind?
I don't know how you do it, man. So I don't have anything specific to talk about, but I guess I mostly want to talk about religion and politics, mostly just because I'm a conservative, and I was just kind of curious if like we could have like a dialogue.
Sure. What's on your
All
mind?
right. Yeah. So I was, because I've been watching your channel for on and off for like a while, and I was like your video on Vosh gets religion wrong is probably one of my favorite videos from you. Because I thought like you really, I guess, describe what it meant to be a Christian very well. But I was kind of curious as like as far as your beliefs are about Christianity now. Like what do you think about all that stuff?
That's a really big question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't.
No, it's fine. We can address this in more depth later as well if you want. We don't need to do it all now. We're probably going to wrap up basically as soon as this conversation's over anyways, because I need to watch a bit of that Will versus Poly People conversation, and then I need to not do this for a little while. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many different angles to tackle that from. Obviously, like it's conditioned me quite a bit in terms of my own personal development. Socially, it's conditioned everyone here in some respect.
Because aren't you are you still a Christian or are you a theist? I feel like I'm prying and I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm extremely hesitant to use that language because it is loaded. Ooh, that's a sword. Making that identification, I find, is tantamount to avowing a number of positions socially that I do not want to avow. Moreover, if you were to ask me, for example, what my stance is on certain historical or metaphysical claims, my answer is I have no idea. I don't find the reasons given particularly compelling by most parties, or any parties for that matter. And generally what it ultimately amounts to is sort of an understanding of my historical, I guess, how I've been conditioned to prioritize certain kinds of things. And I suppose, like, what I find, what is sort of the sentimental relations I have with certain kinds of things aesthetically or philosophically.
But do you think, like, it's real?
Do I think what's real?
Jesus being the Messiah or God and stuff?
Well, that's the trick, right? So, sentimentally, and like in terms of like sort of a natural proclivity of my personality, that has such a role in my development that how I answer that is going to be very different depending on the mode. So, for example, if you were to ask me, like, am I convinced by the data that we have that there is an historical figure who has such and such qualities? No, I have no reason to think so. I don't know who wrote these texts. I don't know where they come from. I don't know who transcribed them. I don't know anything about them, except for the fact that these are very, very, very old. They've been altered and damaged in ways I can't even comprehend almost inevitably, and they're in multiple translations. Like I don't. They're just not reliable. If I was consistent, I'd be accepting a host of other things first, or in addition, and that wouldn't make any sense. Now, if you were to ask me sentimentally, like when you asked that question, that affects me in a different way than if, for example, you were to ask me if I think the accounts of Julius Caesar are accurate. It's a different kind of question, so it gets very tricky. And moreover, because of my upbringing, I have an emotional response to that question. It's going to be highly different from you asking me about that other figure.
Right.
So it's difficult.
Because he's like connected to you in a way that Julius Caesar never can be.
It's not even so much that per se, because that's loading a lot into it as well. It's that you are raised to treat this particular historical literary entity, I guess, as something around which you have an extraordinarily intense emotional relationship, both positive and negative. Like it's a locus of both extreme comfort and terror at the same time. And overcoming that and being objective is first of all impossible, because it's part of the impetus for doing so. But secondly, it's also like it's to the extent that you can treat that in like a distanced manner. It's the equivalent of like somebody overcoming the fear of hell. It's very, very, very difficult. And it also plays into whether or not you think that overcoming the fear of hell is a wise decision in the first place. So it's like this is people have wrote like people have based whole philosophies around this. This is Pascal's wager. So that's a very complicated question. So it depends on what mode you're asking me in, right? Personally, one thing that's kind of helped a little bit is the realization that the distance intellectually from a lot of these things is actually crucial to being able to have precisely that kind of relationship with them that is demanded of you in the first place. Which sounds a bit like a cheat, but like, for example, one of the problems with being religious, and this is brought up in a lot of like Christian philosophy, is that you have relationships of carrots and sticks with these different things, with like virtue and vice, with loving God and loving your neighbor, etc.
Yeah.
And this is why the whole question of sincerity and morality comes in, where you have people like Kant going like, you only know you're doing something good if you're doing it purely out of duty, and especially if you hate doing it. Right?
Yeah.
If you have no proclivity to it, but you're doing it out of duty, that's a purely good thing. Well, one of the things that you gain by sort of allowing yourself to just be like really honest about what you have a reason to believe in is real, is that you can assess or like regard things for themselves apart from the use you get from them, either practically or psychologically. So, for example, I can say with like some degree of confidence that whether or not he existed, the character Jesus of Nazareth is, at the very least for me, and again, this is tricky because I'm conditioned by it, but almost ubiquitously like one of the most, if not the most, noble character conceived in human literature. Certain ideas of God, for example, can be extraordinarily positive. It's easier to love something if that's not being completely overridden by the tyranny of the need you have emotionally for it. And that can go for any number of things as well. That's not just like limited to this, but just as an example of one of the ways in which sort of I cope with the fact that I'm both like conditioned to be highly psychologically dependent upon these things, but simultaneously by both profession and in terms of just like doing doing these things that you're dealing with when you're talking about this stuff, like their due diligence. Being able to productively distance yourself in such a way from these things while also not doing them a disservice has been extraordinarily helpful. So, like the answer is I don't know, but also if I'm stepping back from myself a little bit, and I'm assessing myself as I would assess somebody else, I do know, and that's that the material that we're given just doesn't bear out that conclusion, which is a very it's still cheating because it's like no, you're not willing to go hard enough and just say no, it's false. Granted,
Yeah,
I wouldn't about any of these things. But
Yeah.
because we don't know it's false. We have good reason to think it's false, but we don't know it's false.
Yeah, that's kind of the interesting thing is that I would like to say that it's true, but I don't know how.
Well, that's why it's suspect, right? Because you'd like to think it's true. Because we're not talking about like what you value, which you do have like some strong level of command over. We're talking about like it's an epistemological question. Like, what do you think is true? If you want it to be true, well, that's a problem because you wanting it to be true does not assist you in verifying if it's true.
You can only really have your own conviction.
Except here's the trick. It also kind of does, because if you don't care about the thing at all, you don't investigate it as hard. Which is one of the reasons why new atheists are really terrible at exegesis.
Because I think that, I just think a lot of people should have faith in their faith. But I know that a lot of people either get too defensive or they don't practice it.
You know, there's a word for faith that you don't have faith in.
What's that?
It's called not faith.
Not faith. Yeah. Yeah, I just really wanted to pick your brain about all this stuff. Because it's cool. It's hard because we live in a pluralist society, right? There's non-Christians, but there's also Judaism and Islam and other non-Abrahamic stuff. And you have to have conviction, but also kind of in good faith work with them. And I think it kind of just turns people into I don't know how to explain it, but it makes them make their faith very secret or just like they don't really believe it, but they like it.
Personally,
you know?
I don't like when people identify with ideas.
Really?
That no, I'm not sorry. I was reading a comment that Aiko sent me just as I was saying that. So I pause. I don't disagree with people identifying with their ideas. I wasn't finished my sentence.
No, you're good.
I don't like when people identify with ideas that they haven't fully interrogated or treating them as if these things are rigid when they're not actively working with them in a critical way, or when they haven't settled them. So
well then, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, like for example, stating just outright that you were a Christian as a premise of an argument, unless that's already a part of the argument or the conversation itself, what you're basically doing is saying that no, I'm operating from a set of assumptions that I will not interrogate, that are just going to brute force the conversation in like a particular set of directions, and there's nothing you can do about it. Because like one of the things that you're doing when you say that is you're playing into a sort of cultural network in which you're now making statements about the other person as well as about you. You're not just saying like I have like such and such, like I'm persuaded by such and such theories of epistemology or whatever, or of social ontology. You are saying in addition, like, I don't just disagree with you, I think you're going to hell for it, and now I have a bunch of other motivating factors behind me that are going to condition my response to you such that you can't actually trust if I'm speaking in good faith, because I have all this background stuff that disallows me from engaging with you honestly, or from engaging with you as an equal, or from engaging with you as someone who is not in a subordinate status with respect to me, which is sort of the implication when people are motivated to be bad faith in their conversations because they're trying to save the other person's soul. So you're familiar with Greg Kuchel's awful book Tactics, where he advocates precisely this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would say then it's the way you live rather than what you say. And you don't want to be like manipulative to convert people.
Well, you don't want to. You don't want to. You don't want to be living in such a way as just. You don't want to be living in a specific kind of way just for the sake of convincing other people of something that you actually haven't. You actually haven't subjected to the kind of rigorous scrutiny that you're subjecting the contrary position to, right? Like that doesn't seem very honorable. Like among other things, you're constantly leaving yourself open to the attack. Like, aren't you just assuming all of this and then arrogantly trying to loop everybody else into a pattern of behavior that you think is ideal based solely upon your unscrutinized assumption?
Well, then would you say that having dialogue or talking in faith is to actually not try to do all these like tactic stuff? Like you're just two people talking?
I think you're also in dialogue with yourself. And I think a part of being honest is not just you know, like brute forcing yourself into a situation where you're treating the other person fairly, even though you don't believe that's the appropriate thing to do. It's recognizing your own position honestly and realizing that you don't have definitive proof of any of these things. That you're driven a lot by sort of emotional proclivities. And that when you're talking to someone else, you're venturing forth not from like a fortress where everything is already determined and decided and you're sort of safe in your conclusions. You are extremely uncertain, and you are engaging with someone with a background radically different from yours, with whom you have much less familiarity than you probably think, who may have completely different proclivities that are being able to be sort of self-critical in that way. So
Yeah.
these ideas, insofar as like you actually do care about them, well, they're being treated as things that you actually care about. They aren't just sort of tyrannizing your thought process because you're scared of the potential consequences of not believing them anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I guess it would be, rather than tyrannizing your thoughts, you can say it's like a monarchical, you give God this much respect. But yeah, you're right that you should be critical of your own beliefs. I guess then how would you, like, then what do you think about what people should, or not really what they should, maybe you should, maybe what I should do as far as worship? If most, it feels like a lot of people are really interested in faith because we had enough of atheism. You have enough of, but
well,
or go ahead. I'm sorry.
If we're going into an uncritical mode, right? Just for argument's sake.
Yeah, just two guys talking.
Two guys talking. Jesus and Nicodemus, right?
Yeah.
You worship God by following the commandments. What are the commandments? What are the two most important commandments?
Follow God with all your heart and
close. It's love God with all your heart.
Yeah.
And then what's the second?
And to love your neighbor.
How do you love
all
your neighbor?
Up, including your enemy.
How do you love your neighbor?
I don't know.
Well, among other things, it's like you give up what is valuable to you for their sake.
Sacrifice.
Yeah, among other things. How do you love God?
I guess sacrifice.
Well, loving your neighbor. He says, when you give your coat to the least of these, you give it to me, right? That's I think it's roughly how the verse runs. There's a few of them like that. Yeah. So let's now deploy that towards our philosophical attachments. When you are trying to treat someone who you care about who is sick, generally you are careful not to give them advice that will make them more sick, or to give them advice that is in some sense sort of like recommend treatments that are untested or whatever, or potentially dangerous. Well, similarly with these, right? Being critical and being modest with what we know is looking out for the people around us by not allowing the things that we feel we want now in a relative state of ignorance to impose themselves upon them so that they're not hindered from finding out true things that will help them later on. And I wouldn't even necessarily despair of like the possibility of anything like Beyond the Human or whatever. We just don't know. But like for myself, this is a part of that. This is a part of that project. The reason why I'm motivated to like try and understand stuff and not just to like do the chud logic thing, get a whole bunch of views just grifting off people being made miserable on my channel, is because I care about them and I value continuing to be in a position where I care about them somewhat, right? So it's like you get the point. Like having even in terms of like Christian doctrine, having scientific certainty about God is very little currency. If anything, it seems to actually put you at a tremendous disadvantage, because now all of a sudden you're certain that the world is governed by the edicts of a being that you were aware of and that you constantly disobey. And even in the course of obeying them, you are engaging in a whole metric ton of vicious behaviors, because you're not obeying them for honorable reasons. You're obeying them because there's a carrot at the end of the stick. So, like, I think one of the reasons why I have like a tremendous appreciation for that tradition, even if I have like I hold a lot of that suspect, is that a lot of the principles that are really valuable in it, and that condition our thinking, they aren't petty like that. They don't concern like whether or not you specifically think that you will be resurrected in a magical theme park if you follow these rules. Maybe you will, who knows?
Right.
But that's not the point.
Yeah. And I guess to capstone, the conversation, because I don't want to draw you off too long, but what do you... So I was reading in Peter 1 towards the end, and he's talking about, let's see, but according to as you share the sufferings of Christ, rejoice, so that you may rejoice, exulting at the revelation of his glory. If you are reviled in the name of Christ, you are blessed, because the Spirit of God and the glory rests on you, truly according to them. And he is blasphemed, but according to you, he is glorified. And I guess when I read the scriptures, I get this idea of being blessed and exalted as kind of embodying God like theosis, but not in a sense like how you're talking about where it's these assumptions you have, but rather the mode in which we should live accordingly, like it is to sacrifice for your neighbor, give him the coat. You are blessed not materially, but you are being a saint because you're taking care of people. And do you think that I don't know what to call it besides like spiritual truth, and pardon me. Do you think that is true as far as the way humans interact with each other, as far as politics, or how we like? Do you think we ought like that gives like strength to the things that we do? Like the Holy Spirit moves the world for its good because of this. Does that make any sense?
No. What does that mean to you?
Well, it means that.
And by what does it mean? Like, be careful. I'm not asking you like figure out what the thing that is obviously true must mean to make sense. I'm saying like, what do you think it's saying as somebody who's writing in that time period would potentially think of it? Because like there are ideas, for instance, about the relationship between ideas in history, for instance, and things like that that don't apply back then. They were simply unknown. because
Right.
we know when they were invented. So
It's unknown, but it could be always true. But I guess
hypothesis, yeah.
what it means to me is that like good will win in the end. And even though we can't describe these things, we know that God is with us, not for the things that we say, but
what is the value of good winning in the end? Why is that important?
well, I guess because
What if good doesn't win in the end? What does that mean?
Well, I guess as far as my answer, it would be that there's no more suffering.
If good won in the end, there'd be no suffering?
Yeah.
Okay, what if good doesn't win in the end?
That's the
What
part
if
of having...
What if that's not true? What if good doesn't win in the end?
I guess I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think it would be horrible if that's not true. And it makes sense why people fight tooth and nail as far as political causes, because you want to, not the insurance, but you want these things to become true. So but
what would it change for you if you were to find out tomorrow that good doesn't win in the end?
I don't know. I guess be a good person anyways.
Why?
Because that's all I would have left.
Well, that's clearly not true. You're living in a position of relative luxury historically. You have a whole bunch of comforts before you. You can communicate with anybody you care about at a nod. You can communicate with people you don't care about at a nod and take pleasure in antagonistic communications with them. You can eat whatever you want, watch whatever you want. There's a ton of stuff you have besides that. You're not engaging in fighting for good for 90% of your life.
Right.
If not more. So
more. Yeah, because
like right now, like right now, for example, right?
Go ahead. Yeah.
What the hell is that thing? That is disturbing. Right now, for example, you're having this conversation with me.
Yes.
Yeah. Where do you live? You said in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Are there homeless people in Texas?
Yeah.
Are there poor people in Texas?
Yeah.
Give all you have to the poor and then follow me. That's the commandment, and yet here you are speaking to me on your expensive computer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you good anyways? I don't know about that, buddy. I don't think we're being good right now.
You're right. Do you think... Because I know he said that because the guy...
Here we go. Sorry.
The guy said... Oh, I'm sorry. The guy said that to Jesus, like, hey, I'm ready, or something like this. And then he says, like, okay, you're good. And then the guy's like, no, I really want, I want to be all in. I want to do all these things.
Yep.
And then Jesus said what you said. And then he said he couldn't do it. So I guess, do you think that means, like, we should be more radical in the ways we live?
Oh, I'm not making any statement about that whatsoever. I'm just, like, interrogating the value of good here specifically for us winning. So when we're talking about like the inevitability of good winning or something, which is what you brought up, what is it actually doing for us? You said you'd be good anyways, right? It wouldn't affect anything.
Yeah.
But that was based on a premise that we in fact are being good right now.
Right.
Because we're not going to suddenly be more good because we have less incentive to be so.
Right. And we do still do evil things in small ways, so...
Well, even with more... Not even evil things in small ways, right? Let's have, like, a really nice, easy, cheap idea of good where you just... it's not even... Like, there's not... Let's say there's nothing bad you can do. Everything you do is just sort of morally neutral. But you have set before you things that have been told to you in this religious framework as being inherently good. But you have opted not to do them in favor of something else, and you continue to opt to do so at basically every turn. And I can say that with confidence to basically everyone alive. And even people who have actually sacrificed everything to do that, well, you know what? There are people who make pretty compelling arguments. You can't confirm this, of course, but that the emotional validation that results from making those moves, well, that's its own reward for them. And like maybe
Yeah.
it's removed enough from like tangible goods that like it feels like they're doing something along those lines. But no, they're getting something out of it themselves. It's a selfish act, right?
You try not to do that, but like if I tell you that I'm fasting, that kind of nullifies, I guess, what I would have been given.
Well, that's why you're supposed to pray. You're not supposed to let your left hand know what your right hand's doing. That's like a
Right.
massive. That's like a massive factor in I guess Christian morality is you're supposed to be so unself-congratulatory and like benefiting from these actions. They're supposed to be so purely from like love of the thing itself that's motivating you. That you aren't even conscious of the specific acts that you're taking. You aren't reflecting upon them. They have no specific value to you, which is impossible. Because among other things, your motive to even read that thing in the first place is going to be driven by a host of these considerations. You have a particular identity that is driving you to think about this book and these commandments, and not, for example, any other book and those commandments, or, for example, like an interrogation of history or activity in science, or just charity by itself driven by like sheer compassion for other human beings. You've been driven to engage in an activity that is completely unprofitable for other people, only benefits you as far as you can ascertain. So it's impossible.
What is?
Oh, to not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. It's impossible. They meet at the neck. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Because it does feel like, because I had this thought that it makes sense that I get why people believe in salvation through Jesus Christ rather than just works. If you take it as far as you were once one way and now you're another way, and you advocate for the good, or you would advocate for Christ because you've completely changed. So if I was the pre-leftist, and then I would be, I don't know if that's offensive. I apologize. But
pre-leftist? What do you mean?
Well, I don't want to derail it, but one guy said that that's offensive to call someone who's on the left a leftist. But
I haven't. I don't think that's. No, I mean I self-identify as a leftist. I don't think that's offensive.
Okay, cool. So then, right? So I'm not a leftist until I hear about wealth inequality or something.
Sure.
And then I change my heart and become a leftist, by which of there's something that I realize that I can never unsee, but I will want that to be manifested. So even though I will have wealth, or I can never really truly achieve what we talked about of you'll always have some sort of bit of evil, or you'll never truly be perfect, but you come to know what it means to what the good is, and your heart's changed to move towards that. And that is not good enough, because you never really achieve salvation, but your heart's changed to where you know what good is, and you know which the path is, and you walk on it.
Well, I mean, it's a nice sounding story, but I'd be very wary of any story that ends up making you feel good at the end of it. One of the problems with that is
mostly motivation to start rather than to say that you're finished. But my apologies. Go
maybe,
ahead.
but the problem with needing a nice story to motivate you to start is that doesn't keep you going when the story becomes suspect, right?
Yeah.
It's just this is the parable of the seeds again. It's like, oh, we've got a nice story about good always winning, and that gets us all like pumped up to start going out there and being like goody two shoes and giving up our stuff and whatnot. But then all of a sudden down the line you realize, hey, those resources we were throwing away like Halloween candy, we actually have to work a lot for those, and we're really tired and we're sick and we don't have like our own needs met. So oh, by the way, it looks like all the bad guys who are not doing that thing, they're doing swell, and there doesn't seem to be any end in sight to them actually prevailing over us. And, well, what's our reason for being secure in the idea that they lose in the end? Well, it happens to be material produced by people who are either A, dead and who lost that way, or B, who are winning in precisely the way those bad people are. They're selling books telling you to give all you have to the poor, and also attend buildings that are adorned with gold on Sundays. Less so if you're not a Catholic, but you get the idea.
Yeah, I get you.
So, like, okay, you consider all of that, and you consider it soberly.
Yeah.
That motivation doesn't take you very far. You need something more substantial.
Okay.
So,
what would that be?
What would that be?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it would be something that's actually tied to any of that stuff. I think that stuff has like extreme literary and philosophical value. I think it has like illustrative value for like explaining things and having conversations. But ultimately, I think if you don't actually love other people in a serious way, then I don't think you're actually capable of making positive use of any of that. Even loving God is an inscrutable entity in the Old Testament and an equally inscrutable one in the New Testament. The only point of contact that you have there, even accepting for argument's sake just the metaphysical validity of that text, the only connection you have is that loving your neighbor is the manner in which you love God.
Right.
So it may be the case that this whole thing that by which you are identifying, which makes you call yourself Christian in the first place, that is itself among the riches that makes you less likely to be saved than a camel will fit through the eye of a needle, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true. That's just my thought on the matter.
Well, that was a very a cool way of connecting to what you were saying. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is kind of like a. Well, okay. Well, do you have how much more? How are you doing on time? Because I have more questions, but I don't want to.
Well, it's 10 o'clock. Probably not a ton of time. We can continue tomorrow, though. I might actually go over the poly thing tomorrow because it's very late, and I've been here since 4:45.
Yeah.
So.
Okay,
Actually,
cool. Well,
about
I'll try to
so, yeah.
get on at another time, but thank you. You've definitely blessed me with your conversation.
No problem. Have a good night.
Yeah,
I'm
you
actually
too.
going to call it here, guys. Oh, sorry, you're still here. I didn't mean to excuse you.
No, I'm getting off.
All right. Have a good night. Take care. Oh, and we're dying, of course, because of course we are. Cyber, I'm sorry. We'll talk another time. Okay. My apologies.
That's good.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. And the rest of you, I'm sorry if people had to wait a long time. These went long, so I apologize. We'll be doing more of this tomorrow. All right? Everybody have a good night, and take care.